Check on here. And it's going good. All right. Hello. You're back. And we're doing something a little bit special today. I was browsing through the game development category on Twitch and on YouTube as well. I was looking around for just like other Godot developers to check what they're working on, maybe get inspired in what they're doing. And I saw a streamer or a developer named The Real Book Lover, and he was working on a Twitch like overlay, like an interactive Twitch overlay on Godot. And it reminded me of a video that Mrs. made, which is this one. It is where he made apparently a competitive platformer in Godot for Twitch, which is really cool. I like the concept of that. And one of the things that we talked about was that, oh, I'm probably never going to do something like that because networking is just something I'm probably never going to be able to learn because it's just so confusing. I have no idea where to even start. And he said that actually it is one of the it's a lot easier than I might think it is. So much so that he actually spent around 2 to 3 hours sort of just buckling down, making a multiplayer demo. And he showed me like generally the ropes of how multiplayer works. He gave me a lot of very important like tips. There's a few things that I still don't understand because one, I was watching this very late. So I was like trying to absorb academic level of information while basically being half awake. But from the glimpses that I was able to understand, I believe I got a general gist of how it works. So today, we're going to see how far I can learn multiplayer in Godot. I have a few goals that I want to do, so I'm going to actually make a new note here. Multiplayer goals. Number 1. Move a unique username login. This is probably the first step. If I can make a thing that, say, has 2 labels on it, right? It has 2 labels named like player 1 and player 2. And if the first person who enters or hosts has a username, it will put that username on the label, and then the second person will have that as their username. The second player will have that username. I want to see if I can, like, this is the most basic form. No movement, no synchronization, no nothing. It's all just pure trying to get the server working. The second version that I want is, well, a movement. Adding movement. That would be really good. If I can have movement in somehow, that would be dope. So I saw a tutorial of someone doing this here. The way he does it is a little different from how the streamer that I watched did it. He recommended me not to use any of these nodes, the multiplayer spawner, the multiplayer synchronizer. But in all the documentation, it says that you're supposed to use these things and it's supposed to make it easier. He told me that it's annoying to work with and it just kind of made it a pain to work with. But we will see, right? We will, because I've never touched it. I don't know exactly what to do. So I'll follow the footsteps of what the documentation tells me, and then we will see if things start to go awry, because I think it will, right? As soon as we ramp up the complexity, it's gonna start becoming apparent that things are not as easy as it seems. The third thing I want to add is I want to add some form of interactive object, and the best example that I think we can make would be a ping pong game. Or a Pong game, rather. That's probably redundant. A Pong game that has multiplayer would be a really good test to see if I can A, make movement that actually works, and B, have something that interacts with a completely different object, right? The Pong itself, the ball itself, isn't controlled by any of the players. It's all logic in the game itself, and I want to see if I can make something that will have an effect similar to that, at least, right? If I can have something like that, that would be dope. The next thing would be a platformer. So I saw this game called Pico Park. It's like a very streamer friendly game. It's essentially just it's supposed to be like a rage game, but it's very like dialed down, and it's a very basic platformer, like on its own parts. The only thing that actually makes it very interesting is the fact that it's multiplayer. So if I can get a basic platformer working similar to Pico Park, and have some sort of mechanic like a puzzle that would affect both players, that would be dope. And finally, the final level, which I don't even think we will even get to here, if I'm gonna be honest. This is pushing it. If I can get to here, this will dictate how the FPS template will go. And that is a 3D FPS controller with multiplayer. Contains interactions such as shooting. This is the end goal. If I can somehow make a 3D FPS controller that can interact with other FPS controllers, I would say that I have learned multiplayer. The only problem with all of these is that everything here is hosted locally. So there's already less friction, because ideally you're supposed to test these on an actual server, but I still don't know how to do that. So I think for the sake of making this realistic, I'm gonna add another stage on Pong Game and hosting this on an actual server that I can host/join to. I need to be able to do this first before moving on to platformer and 3D. Because I believe there are services that you can do to like host servers on, and hopefully I'll be able to actually do that with my game, so that, let's say, if I get my brother to test this game, that it just works, right? That we can play the game and it'll actually work. Because ideally, that's what you want. You want the actual multiplayer game to work on other machines. So we will see if we can get through at least 3 of these. I don't know how long we're going to stick with multiplayer, but it just motivated me, because that guy like spent over 3 hours of his time like completely sidetracking everything, and like gave out his time to teach me how to do multiplayer, and I appreciate that. It's very rare to see people like that who would just willingly help you like that. So I'm very inspired to actually give it a shot and try to learn this. With that said, enough talking. Let's actually get this going. So I think for now we will just make a completely new project per learning so that we can really like just get it as muscle memory. I'm also gonna avoid using AI as much as possible because I don't really learn anything from AI. A lot of the things that I do with AI, it's usually I already know how it works. This stuff, I have no idea how it works. I have to do everything manually. I have to actually know what's going on. So let's do username, login, multiplayer, test. Multiplayer. There we go. That works. That's fine. Okay. So first order of business. I don't really need this to be like game. It just needs to work. So I'm gonna make 2 buttons. If I can type properly. I'm gonna make 2 buttons. One says host. And another says join. We'll have a new one, let's say as a label. There we go. This is called displayer. And let's have a marker. Sure. Let's have a 2D marker. I don't know if this is gonna work though. And then if I do this. Ooh, that's not good. Here. There we go. Nice. Okay. Player 1 position goes here. Player 2 position goes here, right? So I just want to see if I can do this, right? If I can get this working, then that will be great. Align edit. Okay. Then let's remove these so that I can just work on. I'm assuming this will be the main script, so I'll just have the main here. Main there. The guy also told me that you can make multiple instances. With that said, I don't actually know where he did it. Instances. Advanced? Is it in advanced? Window. Where did he do it? Custom, oh, there we go. Customize multiple instances. There we go. Okay. 2 instances. All right, let's just say if it's 2 instances. So now, here we go. This is where we actually start putting in logic because I have no idea how this works. So I'm going to follow this tutorial and I'm going to try to jerry-rig what I have here, right? So var peer is equals to enet multiplayer peer. So this is that. So that's like, I'm assuming the main thing. Here, enet multiplayer peer new. Okay. I don't need the player scene. Actually, I do need the player scene. I'm gonna add this guy. There we go. Create a server with an open port. I already know what port I'm gonna use. I'm just gonna use 7000. So on host pressed. What was it? The peer creates a server. Let's just go 7000. Max clients, let's go with 2. I don't know any other parameters. He also doesn't specify it here, so that's fine. Multiplayer peer equals peer. That I have no idea what he did. Set the multiplayer peer to the peer we created. Okay. I don't know. Multiplayer peer to peer. Okay, so we're using this as this. All right. Multiplayer peer connected dot connect add player. Okay, so if the player peer connected connect add player function add player. Whoop. Okay. ID is equals to 1. This add player is for the host to play. The signal has a parameter, it creates an ID. We can set authority. Okay. So add player. Why is it ID equals 1? I think ID equals 1 is like, what is it? Clients get notified when other clients connect to the same server. Upon connecting to a server, a client also receives this signal for the server, with the ID being 1. So 1 is the server acting as a peer. Or the server acting as a client, and it's like connecting. So add player will be equal to 1 because it's the server. Okay. Add player instantiate player.name string ID. Okay. Goes player scene instantiate, right? Player.name is equals to ID or string ID. Call deferred add child player. Okay. So this is where I do a little bit of custom logic because I want it to set on specific positions. Now the thing is, how do I know if it's the first person? Okay, I'm just gonna see. So call deferred add child. And then he added player as a parameter. And then like player one position. If player one position get child count less than 1, else right? That that looks logical. We connect the pressed signal for join button. Okay. We'll create client with IP and port. I'm using localhost for this tutorial. Do I just add localhost to that? I don't actually have to put the IP of my localhost. Create client. Like, do I just do that? Does that work? And then 7,000. Set the multiplayer peer to peer. Okay, I'm starting to understand this. That's fair. Add a multiplayer spawner node. Okay, so I don't need this. Okay, set its spawn path. Okay, so this is like adding the child, adding it to the scene. I don't need this, but how does he handle this? Okay, this is synchronizing, I'm assuming, the position. When the player enters the scene tree, we set the multiplayer authority to the name ID. Okay, wait, what is happening? Oh, okay. Okay, so this is if you want to add the actual thing to the I guess to the playfield. This is actually already done. Because if I enter join, this sets it to peer. This has it as connected. It automatically goes to add player and it adds this to this. Okay. Now I actually also need to put the line edit here as well. I'm assuming it'll be like local to themselves. So line edit would be like player text is equals to line edit text. Something like that. I mean, if that's it, then I think I'm done. I think that is that. Is there anything else I need to know? Okay, yeah, and now he's just testing. Okay, so is that it? Okay, I have 2 nodes. I'm gonna add host. Oh, it's not showing here. Because if I put Mario, right, the multiplayer instance is already active. 26. Create client. Huh. Why though? The multiplayer instance is already active. Already in use. But it's server. Okay, maybe I'll remove that. Maybe it's doing something, but I think isn't this supposed to be like RPC? Annotation RPC is not allowed in this level. Like, okay. Because wouldn't I want this, the add child, to be added on both of them? On both the... On both instances? Huh. Okay. Let me look this up. You're trying to create a multiplayer peer when one is already running. Attempting to reconnect without properly disconnecting, or when trying to host a server while one already exists. Uh, I'm trying to join though. What do you... I'm trying to join with joins. I don't... Yeah, I'm creating a client. Uh, okay. Let's try this again. If I go here, Mario, host. Yeah, it's supposed to show up here as well. So that's a problem. And then if I do Luigi, what? Okay, that's a problem. So it still takes this, even though it's not supposed to be that. Good progress though. We got two instances interacting with each other somehow, right? A little bit. Okay, so clearly I did something wrong. Okay. Hmm. Okay, how do you do the RPC shenanigan? Let me go here. How do you do the... Okay. RPC function. Print once per client. Oh. Okay. Add username. RPC. Function. Add username. Okay. So now it's sending it on both of them, which is good, right? I'm guessing the name needs to be like different as well. Text would be like this. And then it'll be like that. Okay, let's give this a shot. Okay. Two instances. I host here as Mario. Why is it not? Why is this not there? Uh, Luigi. It's still Mario, and also it's not. It's not showing for some reason. Hmm. Why does it not show on both of them? It's supposed to show on both instances that like Mario's here. I guess it's because he hasn't joined yet. That's why. Okay. Huh. Okay, what happens if I do Luigi, I join? So that doesn't work because there's no server. If I do Mario, I haven't even clicked it. Okay, hang on. Okay. I do Mario, I host. Luigi. If I do host, okay, these are two different instances. If I do join here, it's not gonna do it because it's not. Yeah, it's our. It doesn't have any other instances. I guess. Okay, Mario host again. I don't know why this is not showing up here. Because I thought add username means that like, oh, it's RPC. That means it's already connected. But any peer, call local, reliable. Will that do anything? I mean, it's still not showing up on my end. Hmm. Okay. I think I'm gonna ask for AI because this is not very intuitive currently. I am trying to do multiplayer in Godot. Why is the host not actually wait? Okay, you know what? Add player. Able able to send its name. Why does the client not see the host's player one The client not able to send its text name to the host, the instance. Okay. There are several issues causing multiplayer problems you're experiencing. Client doesn't call add player. When the client joins, only the host gets the peer connected signal. The client never calls add player. Are you kidding me? So do I just need to add RPC called before connection is established? In add player, you're calling the RPC add username immediately after instantiating the player. The client might not fully be connected yet. Reference issue. In add username RPC, you're using line edit.text instead of the text parameter that we were passing in. We that was passed in. This means that each peer uses their own line edit value instead of the one sent via RPC. Wait, really? Oh, I'm okay. That was actually dumb. Okay. Let me see before I. Okay, I'm not gonna look at the code. I'm gonna see if I can digest what he's saying here. When a client joins, only the host gets the peer connected signal. Okay. The client never calls add player for itself, so it never creates its own player instance. So does that mean I need to do add player? Missing client-side player creation. The client needs to create its own player when it successfully connects. Okay. Seems like it should just work. Let's give this a shot again. Okay. Mario, host. Luigi, join. Okay, so it's doing it here, but it's also not. So it only made the client show that it's gonna add it here, but it's not. And it's also not doing what we thought it was gonna do here. So that's no bueno. What if I add like a username? Instead, I put it here. And then like I add another thing here where it's like, let's have my ID as 2, and then username would be like the line edit text. Cannot have mandatory parameters after optional parameters. Okay. Wait, what? So it needs, what do you mean? So it needs to be like that? But that will just instance its own thing. I want it to instance on this thing. On this peer. I mean, let's give it a shot. I don't know. I don't know how that's gonna work. Oh, oh god. Oh dear. What's happening? There we go. Yep. Still not doing it. Hmm. All right, I give up. What does it do? Let me copy this and see. Okay, let's see if it even works. Right? Let's see. It does. Okay. So it does work. The thing is though, it's not showing me the the positions on the client side, but it does work partially. So I want to see, okay, I want to see what I got wrong, right? I want to see what I got wrong. Okay, this is still the same. Nothing's changed. He creates a server, creates a peer. He connects on peer disconnected and connected, which would be peer connected ID. Okay. Host creates their own player, add player one. Player one instantiates the scene, turns its name to the string ID. Get the username from the peer who owns this player. If ID is equals to multiplayer get unique ID, add username dot RPC. Oh, ID line edit dot text. Else pass. For other players, they will send their own username. Oh. Huh. Okay, wait, hang on. I'm trying to like digest it. Let me also rename this as AI because I need to specify if something is made by AI so that I am potentially gonna try to remake it and see if I'm correct. Because if I'm correct, then that means that I learned it. Okay. On peer connected, which is this ID, you add the player ID. This is for clients. Yes. This is for clients. Peer disconnected, var player is equals to get node or null string ID. If there is a player that that's name is the same as the ID that disconnected, remove the player. Okay. So theoretically in this demo, if I'm correct, I do Mario, I host here, Luigi, I join here. There's now Luigi. I exit. Why is Luigi not disappeared? It what? This is supposed to have disappeared because it has the same. I'm assuming the same. Oh right, I can't view. Remote. Yeah, it has the same string. Why does it not delete it? Hmm, that's strange. Okay, this is weird. I don't know why it's not deleting it. Okay, adds a player with the ID. Player, scene, instantiate, okay. The name, okay. If ID is equals to multiplayer, get unique ID. Okay. Add username, which is this. Player ID, username text. Add player, get node or null, player ID. Wait, what? If not player. Wait, what? Whoa, wait. What? Add player, player scene instantiate. The name is changed to the ID. It adds the username to the game. Another variable named player gets a node with the name, with the string of player ID. If there's no player node with the string ID, I just lost connection. Never mind. Okay. my internet just dropped or something. Okay. Okay. Text in player. Okay, so this is redundant. It just needs player.text username text, which is sent from here, from a unique ID multiplayer once it identified it. Then add to appropriate position if not already added. If not player is inside tree, if that player node is not inside the scene, and then, yeah, this one's the check. Okay. This makes sense. Vaguely. This makes sense to me. Okay. On join, it creates a client, turns that into a peer, connected to server, unconnected to server, connection failed, connection failed. If it connected to the server, it prints connected to server, creates their own player and sends username. My ID, multiplayer get unique ID, adds that as its ID, goes back here, instantiates, makes that a string, and turn it into the name of the player. If the ID is the same as the unique ID, it adds it to here. It adds the username to the scene tree. Okay. And then if it failed to connect. Okay, so the only things that I messed up on are A, this is how you're supposed to do an RPC call. B, you're supposed to specify that a client has a unique ID and you're supposed to use that as its identification. And C, I still don't know how to make it so that when you join, if you join, the host detects it and then it will send its own node to that scene, right? Because now I understand why the client doesn't see Mario, because it hasn't joined yet. If it has joined, then it will see it, but it won't see it from here because it didn't receive anything from host. Okay. So what I need to do is I need to have, when it clicks join, it goes back to host. It goes back to host, grabs the player node of the host, and adds it back to the client. Okay. I'm gonna see if I can get Claude to do that, and then I'll see how it works. This works partially. The client doesn't receive the host's instance player. I want it so that when a player joins, and if the host has already made a player, in this case, it will always have a player. That it will instance the host's player on the client side, so the client knows that the player knows the player's username. Okay. The issue is that when a client connects, it only creates its own player but doesn't receive information about players that already exist on the host. You need to sync existing players to newly connected clients. Okay. I want to see how it does it. I want to see first if it works. If it doesn't work, then we might have some issues. But if it does work, then at least I'll be able to learn, and then we'll recreate all of this again, right? Sync existing players to client. This function runs only on the host when the new client connects. It gathers information about existing players, sends it to the newly connected client. Receive existing players. RPC. This is called only on the client to receive the existing player data and create those players locally. Using a dictionary to send both the player ID and username to the client. Prevent duplicate creation. The client checks to make sure that it doesn't create itself again when receiving existing player data. It doesn't create itself again when receiving existing player data. Okay, how it works. Host creates their player immediately when hosting, correct? When the client connects, host creates the client's player on all peers, including itself. Host gathers info about existing players, including itself. Host sends this info specifically to the new client. Client receives new data and creates the host player locally. Client creates its own player and sends the username to everyone. I see. So if it connects first, then it makes its own player. Okay. All right. That makes sense to me. Let's see if this works on its own. Okay, I have two of these. I have Mario, host. That makes sense. I have Luigi, join. That makes sense. Okay. This makes sense. The only thing is that, of course, it's not the same positions, but I didn't have any code that dictates that, oh, the username has to be in this position or that, any of that. It's only in order, right? So in order, when it joins, it adds Luigi as a player. it the host then receives that there's a new client. Then it sends its player data to the client. The client receives the data, and then it adds it by the add username. In this case, there's already a username on the first position. It goes to the second position. Okay. Now let's read what it did. Let's see what it changed. This is the same. This is the same. When a peer is connected, so when a new player connects, sync existing players to client. This is the same. Let's skip to this and see what it has. Send info about all existing players to the newly connected client. So this is the client ID. Okay. The client ID is this thing, right? Yes. Get unique ID. Yes. Okay. For child in player 1 position, get children if child name is valid int. Okay, so if it's just a valid client, player info, ID, the child's name, username, child text, if text in child, else. Okay, so it even has a check to make sure that it has the property text. Existing players, append player info. Okay. Check player 2's position for existing players. Okay. Send the existing player info to a specific client. If existing player size is more than 0, so if there is a player already in RPC ID. What's RPC ID? Performs an RPC on a specific peer ID. Okay. Which is the client ID, and it sends the existing player array. Okay. Receive existing players. Player data. Client receives info about existing players and creates them. Okay. Player info in players data. Player ID, player info ID. Username. Don't create ourselves again. If player ID is not unique, so if it's the same ID, or rather, if player ID is not the same ID, it makes a new player, it instantiates it, adds it as an ID, adds the ID as a name, sets the text, and then it does appropriate position. Okay. I think I got the gist. It's time for me to actually try and recreate this and see if I can recreate this. If I can recreate this, then that means I can do it, right? I can do very rudimentary multiplayer, which is good. So let's disconnect this. Let's disconnect these. Okay. Close this. So now it's time. Multiplayer. Attempt number 2. Okay. Let's start from scratch. First of all, peer. enet multiplayer peer dot new. I add the player scene. Add the player scene. There you go. This one is just a label. On function ready, I create a server. Is it peer? Create server. 7,000. Sure. You know what? I want it maximum 2 players. Multiplayer. Multiplayer peer is equals to peer. And then multiplayer connection connected to server, connect, add player. Function add player ID. Add player multiplayer get unique ID. This one is where you instantiate the player. Var player equals player scene instantiate. Whoop. Instantiate. Player name will be set to its ID. If ID is the same, it adds it to the scene. Add the scene. The ID and then the line edit text, which is this. It's an RPC call. Yeah. Add to scene. ID. Username. Var. Actually, no. Player dot text. I think you pass the player through. Yeah, you pass the player through instead. Hang on. The player. And then have these two. if player 1 position, get child count less than 0, or less than 1. Player 1 position, add child player. Else, player 2 position, add child player. Okay. This is for the server. Now, if I... Oh, this is for host, actually. I just realized this is for if you host. Need to do this. Got it. Okay. I'm also assuming that if you're a host, you just have ID as 1, right? That was how that works. And then join. On join pressed, you connect. You do the same thing here, but this time you're a client instead of a server. 7,000, you set this to here. Local host. Set this to here. Then let me actually do something here where it's like, and then why do I keep pressing that? Okay. Port. Okay, when it makes that, this is the port. IP address, the port. Just so that if I ever potentially need turn it into an actual multiplayer game, you just change this to the actual IP addresses. Okay, multiplayer peer is equals to peer. And I believe you need to do multiplayer. What is it? Connected to server. Connect. Add player. So when it's connected to server, it adds a player. Hmm. Okay, wait. I make a peer. I connect to the server. When I connect to the server, I add player. And then I do add player. Actually, you know what? No. I'm gonna do connected successful. And then add player ID. I'm not doing the man, I don't know how to do the syncing. How did it do the syncing? Uh Shucks. I don't know how it did the sync. Brother, I do not know. I completely forgot how he did how the AI did the syncing. No. I'm big dumb. I mean, I want to just see how this even works. Does this even work? Nope. Invalid parameter. Oh, right, because it didn't set this as RPC. Okay. Okay. I'm assuming it didn't go through? Question mark? Multiplayer connected to server connect. Okay. Uh okay, hang on. Connection successful. Let's try this instead. Connection successful. It goes here. It adds a unique ID. What would happen? It's already active. Connected to server is already given to callable. Given to callable. Connection successful in that object. Add player. Okay, if it's not the same ID, let me see what happens. And then I do. Nothing happens. Okay, well, that's a bad. That's bad news, buddy. That's bad news. All right, let's look again. I failed. What did we get wrong? What did we get wrong here? This is correct. Server, player, on peer connected. Peer connected. Oh, that's the signal. On peer connected, I connect. and then peer disconnected, that's the delete, which doesn't work, but whatever. And then add player creates its own player. Oh. And you still need to call it. You actually still need to call it when you host a new player. Okay. So this actually doesn't even matter. And when a player connects, it syncs existing players. In this case, there's no existing players, so it shouldn't sync anything yet. Add player, it instantiates it. Player.name string. Hang on, let me just do this. Hey, I'm sorry, I didn't catch. I was 3 minutes late to your message. Dude, I messed up the boiling chicken so bad that I'm still awake when you're live. Are you bulking up? What's up with the chicken? Welcome. I'm currently on stage 1 of my learning multiplayer goals. And currently struggling because I'm trying to do it. I'm trying to do what the AI did that was correct, and I'm trying to remember parts to see if I can retain it to my memory. There's no there's no healthier food. Chicken is peak good. Honestly, true. The one meat that I can probably eat all for the rest of my life. Okay, so it is correct. So you need to do a unique ID. I'm uploading it to Git right now. All right, that's I very much appreciate it. It's incredible that people are willing to just help out like that. So much so that you spent I don't know 2 hours or something, 2-3 hours working on a multiplayer thing and then explained it to me. So the one meat you should eat forever is chicken. Beef is bad. Everything else is stupid. Fair. Fish has mercury. That is the one thing that I'm like, I wish fish doesn't have that because I really like fish. The fact that it has natural mercury in it, it's annoying. Because I would love to just eat canned tuna and just sort of prepare it in very different ways, but no, the mercury, bro. You gotta get farmed fish. Is it different? Is it lower in mercury? You were falling asleep until I ranted about something. I got to you were explaining connection things, if I remember correctly. You were doing connection things, and then I put it at the side of my bed, and then I fell asleep. Less mercury and has almost no parasites. Oh, didn't know that. Because we do have farmed fish that's packaged, neatly packaged, deboned and everything. We could get those. We already do. We fry them and actually now we air fry them, but yeah, we fry them and then it's just nice. Small fish absorb more. Oh. It's a byproduct of the food chain. Oh. Never knew that. Anyways, yeah, I'm trying to see if I can just get the most basic form of multiplayer going. And then hopefully I'll advance further and further until I can get to my end goal, which is this. If I don't get to this, that's fine. I'm happy with a 2D multiplayer experience. I'm happy if I can get to this. If I can get to this and this, I'm happy. If I can get to here, that's ideal. If I can get to here, that's a dream. So we'll see if I can do all of the goals. But right now, I'm already struggling, so we'll see. Okay. Get the username. Okay, this is correct. So I was correct on this. You RPC call the ID, not the player. Why do you instantiate it then? I don't understand. Okay. ID, line edit text. Okay, that's correct. And then you RPC call it. I don't know if I need to have these flags, but if something breaks, then I'll just use these flags then. I use the player ID to get the node? Okay. Huh. So if there is no player, I instantiate it, which is the same thing that I did here. Okay. Uh, okay, this is just setting the text. That's fine. And then this is if the player is not inside the tree. This is probably a check to make sure that, like, wait. No, this is redundant. I don't think I need this. This is the only thing I need. Okay. Okay. So the only things that I got wrong is that peer connected is what I should have had. I should have had it on host. On join, or is join? On join, connected to server, connection failed. Wait, why is it different for client? It's not peer connected? Oh. Or is that different? Okay. I guess it's different. I don't know why it's different. I guess it's because it's a client. If it's a server, it's peer. If it's a client, it's connected to server and connection failed. Okay, that seems self-explanatory. I connected to this unconnected server, connected to server. My ID or ID, the unique ID, it goes through the add player. And then when it adds player, it syncs existing players. Wait, sync existing, what does it hold? Sync existing is it holds it with the ID here. For what exactly? Oh, because it sends... Wait. Sync existing only... Does it only happen host side? So if I add player... Oh no, wait. If I connect, I sync existing players. So it still does do it. It still does on peer connected. It's just that when you host, it already connects it for you. So you don't need to call peer connected again. You only need to connect connected to server. Connected to server will validate that you connected to the server, which means that you can send your unique ID through. Okay. I sync these. That's fine. I think there's a way easier way to do it besides this, so I'll figure it out. If there is players, I send that through. Okay. I then receive that, and then I instantiate the player data. Okay. Uh-huh. If it's not the same ID, I instantiate and then I add. Okay, so I do the same protocol as this thing again. Okay. Okay. Connected to server, connection failed. I don't need this, I only need this. Okay. Let's do it again, let's do it again. Attempt number 3. Attempt number 3. Okay, close. Attempt number 3. Let's just put 3 in there. Here we go. Okay, we got this. We got this. Okay. var peer, enet multiplayer peer. Okay, this one's fine. I can remember that. IP address is equals to localhost. Port is equals to 7000. Export var player scene is equals to packed scene. I go here, I add the player. Fair enough. I connect it to host. When you make a host, peer, create server, port, multiplayer peer is equals to peer, multiplayer peer connected connect is peer connect player connected. And then let me make the player connected first. Player connected. Let's do a print just so I can verify that it works. Print connected string ID. And then add player. Add player. Let's do this pass first. Think that's good. Hang on. Add player. This is the host, so it should just be 1. ID. This one would contain my ID. Multiplayer get unique ID. That. Let's also do the join just so I can see if that also works already. I go here, I edit, I connect, I go here, I move it here. On join, I basically do the same thing, but this time I do a client side. And then I add the IP address and then the port, multiplayer peer, multiplayer connected to server is player connected. And then I don't need to do failed connection. That's fine. That's good. Okay, let's test this for now. I want to see if this works. Whoop, wait. Where's my double instance? Wait. Whoop, I think I was running it. Okay. If I host, why is it not printing? If I join, connected, what? Error calling signal connected to server. Method expected 1 argument but called with 0. Huh? Error calling from signal connected to server. Oh, because it needed the thing. It needed an ID. Git is the worst thing on the planet Earth. I use GitHub Desktop because I'm a normie. I don't use the Git CLI. I tried using the Git CLI. I'm just not it, bro. I don't know. I don't get it. I know you're supposed to learn it for like actual production stuff, but I don't understand it. Neither will work. Just Git in general. Man, that's unfortunate. Okay, I think I'll do this. That's fair. Okay. I host. Why does it not? Okay. I join. It connects, but it's not. Error calling deferred method. Player connected. Expect 1 argument, but called with 0. What? I made a Git backup on my computer in Godot because it sucks so much. Dang. Wait, I don't understand. What is this? Huh? I'm already... What? Is it just player connected? No, because it... Okay, if I remove this... I do this. Instead of that, I get this. And then let's say I do print added player. And then ID. Does that now show up on host? Host? Okay. Join. Why does it give me an error? What does it, what do you mean? Okay, it's receiving it on the host. Error calling from signal peer connected to callable. Oh, right. Okay. But that's fine. I don't think that's... Calling from signal peer connected to callable. Method expected 0 arguments but is called with 1. Huh. I think it's a private repo. It seems to be, it says page not found. Maybe it's just a private repo. Well, it does connect, which is good. It does add the player. So I'm thinking I should just move forward and just actually do it. Okay. Okay. If ID is the same as multiplayer get unique ID, uh add child. No. Add to scene. RPC. I send the ID over, and then the line edit text, which is this. Okay. Line edit text. Then RPC. Any pair, call local, reliable. Sure. I'll add those in. I don't know what those mean. Start the YouTube upload now? If you haven't got it by then. Alright, no worries. I'll definitely like take a look at it because I need all the info I can get. The repo. Oh, the repo's in. There we go. The repo is in. Just gonna. Whoa, my computer just froze there for a sec. Clone repo. Clone it. All right, I got it. I have the repo. Thank you very much. I'll definitely check on that later. Hang on. Function, add the scene. ID, username. Whoops. That was more strenuous than doing a 3-hour live tutorial. Man. Add the scene, ID. Okay. Player scene, instantiate. Player text equals to username. Let's do these two here. If get child count less than 0, add child player, else I do player 2. Reduce my lifespan by 5%. It took 10 years away. All those years. Okay. Okay, so I think this should work. Let me see if it works. Mario. Why is it on the second? Wait, what? What? Oh, okay. That's not good. Oh, but it said the name. Okay. Wait. I was actually kind of cooking. Hang on, I'm cooking. Wait a second. So it did do it. If I remove this, I think that's why I like did it 2 times. You're not supposed to do it. Okay. Now it doesn't work. Shoot. Why does it not work now? Okay. Why does it not show that's exactly what I'm supposed to do, man. Wait, why is it not doing it? Error calling signal peer connected to callable. Why? What does it miss? What does it need? Expected 0 arguments, but is called with 1. It's not. It doesn't have an argument though. Like, what you mean? Okay, hang on. I'm okay. I'm so close. I'm just gonna look at the AI code. What did it do differently? It looked for an ID, but it makes its own player. Oh, okay. So I actually do need the add player, and then ID would be 1. Okay, okay. So you need to have it there, but why did it not? Why did it not add to this? Add to scene, var player, player.text, username. It didn't go through here though. It thought it had a sec. Okay, let me reload. Maybe it was just a fluke. Okay. I put Mario. I host. Why? Why does it go here? What? Remote. There's nothing here. What do you mean? Am I dumb? Oh my gosh, I'm actually dumb. Why did I put 0 there? I'm actually... Okay, never mind. That was the worst. Let's go! The most basic form. Now, to be fair, I didn't do the syncing yet. I need to do the syncing because that's not the full AI script. I need to get this guy into this guy. I haven't done that yet, and I need to do that. Okay. But it's way better than my second attempt. It's way better. Okay. From what I remembered, you're supposed to do the sync when the player connects. Yes. So I do sync players. Are you supposed to send your ID through? Hang on. Yeah, wait. You're supposed to send your ID through. Is it an RPC call? No, no. I don't think so. Okay, hang on. Because the sync player will send to this client, so it needs the client ID. Wait, so it is an RPC call. Because you need the ID. You need the unique ID. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna send it through RPC. Okay, it's gonna be RPC. And then I don't wanna... Let's do that. And then we'll do function sync players ID. It grabs... Let's just simplify it. If let's just do for I in player 1 position get child. Actually, that's redundant. Let's just do var host node is equals to player get child dot text. Let's just do that. We don't even need the host node host username. We just need that. That's not even, it doesn't even need anything. And then I send another RPC call. It'll be receive. Receive player data. RPC ID with the host username. I do this again. Receive player data. This time, I don't even need to do any checks because truth be told, this is already a dumb test anyway. So we're just gonna go with what we have here. Can't I just do... Wait a second. Can't I just do this? ID, host username. Does that work? Because I'm gonna do the same thing. Wait a minute. Oh my goodness, it works kind of. Why does it have Luigi here though? Why does it do it the same way? Why does it... We're like this close. We are like inches away from it. Where is it? Why does it do Luigi twice? Why does it do Luigi twice? Okay, wait. Let's look at where it is. Okay. On join press, I add a client. Multiplayer appear, it connects. When it connects, it has a new ID. Connect the ID. Add the player to the ID. It syncs it. When it syncs, it grabs the host username. Where it grabs this. Ooh, wait. Wait a second. Oh, this is not supposed to be an RPC call. That's not supposed to be... Wait. Right? Isn't that not supposed to be an RPC? Because, like, this is host side. It receives the ID. Once it receives the ID, it sends it through. This is RPC because it will receive it to the client. Right? Okay, let's see. Mario, host. Luigi, join. It's correct here, but it's not correct here. Why, though? Sync players. Oh, because it's not the same. It's not supposed to be the same. Right. Okay, that's why you send the ID through. Because this will validate if ID is not multiplayer, get unique ID. Let's see if that's correct. Mario, host. Uh-oh. Oh, is that why? Is that why you need to have this separate? That's why they separated the sync with the receive. What happened to my spelling? Okay, receive data. That's why they separated it. Oh. Let's do this. Because this is for both of them. But if ID is not multiplayer get unique ID, then you add the scene. ID and username. So it does a check first before going to add the scene. Alright man, sleep well. My brain is gone. Git has fully destroyed it. I appreciate the help, man. I really do. Thank you so much. Let's see if this works. Mario. Luigi. Okay, it does it, but it's not receiving. It's not. Oh wait. Okay, wait. Huh? I still don't understand this, but like I don't know why it's not syncing. Receive data, RPC, ID, host username. Sync players, ID, grabs the username. Oh, come on. Okay, wait. Let me look at the AI. I'll see what it did. What did it do here? Okay. It did it on peer connected, which is correct. That is also what I did. Player connected, yeah. It synced the players. And it's not an RPC call, so I was correct. It was a host side thing. Existing players. Okay, it did this. RPC. Oh, what? RPC ID? I didn't know that. Oh. Is that what I was supposed to do? RPC ID. Wait, what if I now do that here? Does that work now? Oh, wait. I messed that up. Mario, I host. Luigi, I join. It's still not giving me player connected. Add to scene. Sync players. Method expected 2 arguments. Oh. Wait, why did it need an ID here? client ID. This one is the... Wasn't that also the client ID? Yeah. Because this RPC ID will go to here, which is the client. ID will be player name. I forgot about that. Player name is equals to ID. Yeah. Mario, I join. Luigi, join. Why is it still Luigi though? That's my final gift. Thank you. Change the world. Change the world with your dumb multiplayer game. I appreciated it. I appreciate it. All right. Well, we'll see. We'll see what we can do. It'll premiere shortly. We'll definitely just have that open. Okay. Goodbye. Sleep well, man. I still don't understand what this is. What is it? Emit signal. Error calling from signal peer connected to callable player connected. Method expected 0 arguments but is called with 1. What are you talking about? What are you yapping about? If I connect the AI, what does it have this error? Oh right, I didn't. Whoops. I didn't add the scene. Okay, let's see if it has this error. It doesn't. Why? Why does it not have that error? Peer connected ID, add player ID. It also doesn't show that the host peer connected. But why does this work? Connected to server, add player. Yeah. Like, why does this work? I don't understand. So you need to have connected to server in a different function on connected to server? Because on join press, connected to server, player connected. So I connected to the same thing, which apparently is not what you're supposed to do. All right. Well, I mean, I'm gonna do what it told me. Function, client connected. Okay. I don't know how this is different to that. Add player. RPC. Oh wait, hang on. This is the same script. Quick load. See, now it's not even connecting. Oh wait, it did connect. Never mind. But it didn't really change anything. It was the same. It's the same problem. Let me run it again. Let's see where the error comes from. Mario, host. So it's from join. Did it do something different? It's not doing anything different. Huh. What? What am I doing wrong? I did everything that it was supposed to do. Alright. Darn it. I'm like so close, but it just didn't work. It just didn't work. Okay. Let's do it again. Start over. And we'll get there, we'll get there. But like it's just not doing it. It's just not doing it. Okay, create. Let's start over. New. Sport bar. No. These and this. Var. There we go. Let me add the player. When I connect the host. Create a server with the port. And then multiplayer peer, multiplayer, create, no, peer connected, peer connected, peer connected. When peer connected, uh, Uh, unique ID. Okay. And then sync. Okay. Then I also add a player. One. ID. And then what did it do differently? It didn't really do anything different. Okay, let's just pass for now. Because I wanna see if this returns no errors. Right. Let's see if this returns no errors. Okay, I mean these are like just unused IDs. But it's not printing though, which is a problem. Oh wait, because I didn't. Oh, because okay, so host doesn't print anything. So if I do okay, if I do this, okay, if I do this, oh wait, it's not connected yet. Put it on join. Go here. I do the same things here. Client. IP address. It's up here. Connected to server. Connection. Successful. And then it does this as a and then it does add player. Huh. Wouldn't that go through twice? If that's the case? Whoa, what happened? Error calling from signal peer connected to callable. Yeah, it's doing the same error again. What is happening? All I did was add a join. That's all I did. And for some reason, it has this error. And I don't understand. Host, join. See? That's all I did. All I did was have a join button. And for some reason, it gives me this error. The other one doesn't give you an error. I did the same things. I did the same protocols. Am I missing something? What's happened? Multiplayer peer equals to peer. Yeah. Create client. Yes. Connected to server, unconnected to server. Yeah. Like, what? Unpeer connected. Like, what did I do different? It's the same thing. I mean, I guess the only thing that's different is that I need to add ID here. Is that what's happening? I just have to have ID through? And then just have it like this? Is that what's causing the error? Oh. Okay. Well, that makes sense. At least. At least a little bit. It makes a little bit of sense. Okay, so now I just need to redo what I deleted, which is this. So this needed an ID. Peer connected needed an ID. Okay. That's why it kept giving me an error. Host, join, added player for ID. Okay, connection successful. Add player. I don't think I need this. Let's go through with that. What? Alright. It's still redoing player ID 1 for some reason. I also don't need this now, because it's gonna do it here. Okay. Host here, player ID, join. I did it twice. So I guess I don't need this. You don't need that when it joins. Host, okay. Join. peer connected, added player. Okay. Okay. This little demo is actually teaching me a whole lot more than what I have gone through in the previous attempts, because this actually is the full thing, right? If I can just ingrain this in my memory that this is the pattern, then at least I'll be able to understand it. Okay, finally, YouTube decides to premiere it. It'll take a while. It'll take a minute or two before the video comes up. I'll definitely watch this as soon as it's ready. But at least I now know that. In fact, actually, I'll probably watch this when I'm done with my first version. I can always go back. I forgot it's on a Twitch VOD. You can go back. Okay. So add player has the unique ID. Var player scene. Oh, I don't have a player scene? That was weird. Okay. Instantiate player dot name string ID. Uh okay. Okay. If this needs to be the add to scene, then add the scene add the scene ID instantiate. There we go. Less than 0. Player. Okay. Okay. Player 1, add child, player, get child count, RPC. Okay. For sync, var host username is equals to line edit dot text and then add to scene the scene RPC ID, which is this ID. ID host username. Okay. That's a problem. Why did it not do that? Host press, add player. Okay. If ID is equals to multiplayer, get unique, add the scene. Because why did the host not? Why did it not do anything though? Oh, that makes a lot of sense. There we go. Still not doing it though. Okay, it did it backwards. It did it backwards. It gave me it did give me the ID of the host, but it did not add the host to the interface, which is very weird. But why? Because I got the syncing part done. The syncing part works. I got that. Why does the add not work? Add player. Now let me check the. If it's the same multiplayer ID, add username. Instantiate. Yeah. What gives? That's the same. That's the same thing. Hang on. Okay. Let me print this and see what it gives me. Okay. It went to add the scene. Did it? I mean, what? Why does it not have anything on player one? Yeah, let's try this again. Oh, it's not printing. Ooh. Wait, do I need to do the flags? Is that why? Oh my goodness, it was. It was the flags. Ah, man. Okay. Hmm? Okay. Like, is it bad? A Mac. I probably should rebind my mute key to something a bit easier. Maybe like function. Uh, oh, it doesn't work. Huh. Never mind. Okay. Okay, so he's currently going through. Turn this off. All right. Okay. So this works. I keep messing this one up. There we go. Okay. That works. That is actually the intended behavior. But then join is not working because it add player. Okay. I think for this, it just connects immediately to this instead. Yeah. So instead, I'll do multiplayer, connected to server, connect. This will have line edit text as a flag. What do you mean? Oh, because it's an ID. This is the... Oh, that's annoying. Okay, whatever. Get unique. Or actually, I just do add to scene. My ID, line edit text. That would work, right? Let's go! I did it! Oh my goodness. I did it. After 4 attempts, I finally was able to do it. I think in my head it's finally connecting. The dots are connecting. Finally. Done. Unique username. So that's the first part, right? The first part, it took me 2 hours to get this working. This is the most basic part, right? Getting the username to work on both client and the host. I'm happy that it works. Before we proceed, my boy Chris, apparently that's his name, Chris has made us a video. It's still premiering. Wow, that's a long video. But he'll talk through how multiplayer works in general. So we're going to watch it, and I'm just gonna basically just react to this because again, I don't know what I'm looking at. So for the most part, I just have to go through with it and learn. This is just a, what is it called? A professor. It's a Where is my headphone? There it is. This is just like a professor lecture. I just have to get through it and just understand what he's saying. All right. Okay. I'll also speed up a bit because I think that's fine.
Their IDs for a game
Okay.
like PUBG, CS:GO, using direct IPs might be the way to go. I don't know cybersecurity either, but the new age of like multiplayer for indie games, at least, I don't know if you're going to like push that indie game aesthetic, that whole like, solo dev, not super polished, but it is polished, who knows. Most people are using codes now. I know for a fact, like Stardew Valley does. I don't know about anything else though. Code seems to be the way to go. That way, it still connects via IP, but you're not sending people their IP. For you though, you would handle all of that under uh what is that term? That'd be all under the table. You wouldn't send somebody their IP. You would just do like join through Steam. A lot of that would be with the Steam asset.
Right.
Which
Okay. So I think I actually was still awake when he's talking through this Steam part. I didn't know that. So apparently, so this is one of the things that sort of put me off with multiplayer. I don't know how secure my code would be. Like, I don't know how it works, right? So I don't know that, like, oh, if I do this thing in my code, it's actually going to allow a malicious actor to, like, send malicious packages that will then dox you or something. Like, I don't know how intense I should, like, actually look through this stuff for cybersecurity or something like that. So that's one of the reasons why I got put off with multiplayer. I'm too scared that when I publish something in multiplayer, it might have like a vulnerability that I have no idea how to fix. I am like completely ill-equipped to handle any sort of cybersecurity anything. I'm just not. I do not have that capability. So if this is what it's saying, what I think it's saying, that means it's kind of a cheat code where it allows you to send your IP. If it allows someone to send their IP without actually showing them their IP, so that way it's more secure? Question mark.
I'm pretty sure is a thing. I'm not sure which one it is, but there is a error for like Valve. A lot can't.
Okay.
But for the time being, for basic multiplayer, I think this board is always open. This is the one that was shown to me in the tutorial and it works. This is localhost. It worked for me.
Okay. So 127001 localhost. You could also type localhost, which is what I did. That's also fair.
I set up a bool like this. It's probably never useful because you can just pull is host.
I don't understand that. I don't know what that means.
I think it's probably better to like set a bool at some point.
Like, does that mean that like it detects if the current client is the host? Is that what it does?
Doing calls like this is more expensive, but that's fucking astronomically microscopic optimization. Shit like that doesn't matter. I'm just trying to defend this dumb thing that I have in here because it's in here for some fucking reason. But this shit probably doesn't matter. Only reason I have like player name is because I don't know how to rework everything right now, so that like it's calling the player getting that name because like just load order, making sure things are in when they're in. But this dictionary is pulled in here. I use this for player count, but you can probably get rid of this. This part probably does not matter.
Player count? New player name, ID. GM has ID. Oh, so this is the thing that I did, kind of. This is the same as this piece of code in the AI. This thing. And then wait. No. Yeah, it is. It is this one. It's the sync. Okay.
This is when you're sending the player information over. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think it's ever used. I think it's just an artifact of when I made this original thing off of the tutorial because they tell you to do something like this. This shit probably doesn't matter. You probably don't need any of this. Probably not needed. Maybe though. I don't even think I called this in the entire time. Like, no. Instead of doing this, it does look like you do, or at least I use it. Some way to reference like all the current players that have been joined, right? I do this, but some way to know all the current clients. So this is
Okay.
just like for me, it's dictionary. Would it be name to ID? That way you know like who's connected, what their ID is. You get the
Okay.
full count.
I
Probably that's the right
see.
word, but something
Okay.
like this should work for you. You know, this is more for like peer-to-peer, you know, Minecraft kind of multiplayer, but at least you know like what I'm using here. So when I go through it later, the
Okay.
nodes I'm referencing all of the currently connected nodes in one place. You can probably use a group instead. I didn't know about groups when I first did this, but you know, this
Okay. Player, player node, player node. I don't know what he means by groups. Does he mean like an array? Because I think he has somewhat different terminology. Because I'm like pure GD script. I learned Python a little bit for like, I don't know, half a year or something. So maybe what he's meaning is that groups may be better, aka just use an array for player nodes.
and then main. This is just the main scene. None of this matters. This is other shit.
Okay, I think that's save data.
I don't think these get called. I'm not gonna lie. This is just so I don't have to do like again. This config is just it's just the knitting input map shit. I put it on so I don't have to like call anything. Like you didn't see me like write in any like input maps or whatever.
Right, yeah, yeah. Okay, so that just allows you to have all the inputs that you are accustomed to.
It's not related.
Okay, that's fair.
None of that really matters. That's just how I set up a new project. It makes it faster for me. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I didn't
Okay.
say a post co-op. Yeah. Cool. So when you join the game, right?
I think I'm not knowledgeable enough to understand what this GM is. I think he explained it in the stream if I remember. But I'm not I think it's like manager or something. I know that all of these are managers. I just don't know what they specifically manage. Like it's still a mystery to
So when you
me.
join the game, right, it gives you the option to do the co-op buttons. You have host join.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure you
Fair.
got the gist of it, where like it'll press a button, it spawns in a player, and if you join,
Wait, hang on. Let me see what this is. Host press new server. So he has it on a separate function that does all the server stuff. Current player instance the player to self. I don't know what that means. Player nodes. Okay, so you add the player node to the player node array. Current player. Will you rename it to Mario? Okay. ID is equals to multiplayer get unique ID. Current player name is the string ID. Wait, how is this different from... Okay, I think current player has a function called rename that relabels its label to Mario. Current player name is the name of the actual character body. Send player info, so the client will sync with it. I don't know what co-op means, and then connect it.
spawns in.
I'm glad that like, you know, I'm actually understanding how the code works after that small little experiment. I'm now starting to understand what he wrote here. It's a lot more complex, but the blocks are there. The blocks that I learned are there.
More players, one to every single client. Is just boilerplate shit, dude. Like,
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So he put it in a different script so that he
really
doesn't
need as
have
much
to
explaining
think
as
about
opposed-
it.
You know,
Also, what is that? set multiplayer peer to peer. Oh, okay, so it's just what I did, which is it's this. It's this. Okay, cool.
How a function works, you know, like you really don't need to know how this works unless you want the in-depth knowledge of like.
Also, I think is multiplayer manager. So it manages all of like the connecting and all that stuff. So you don't have to do any of this stuff, right? Peer connected, peer disconnect. You don't need to do any of that because he already has everything under the hood. That's cool. Which makes sense because you would want to clean everything up on your code so you don't have to look at it, which is what I did for the FPS template.
Go through this if you want. Like, that's up to you. Just know that like this right here is creating a new multiplayer network where peers can connect to this server, right? You create a server on the port that you listed, and this is the maximum number of clients I can do.
Okay.
I totally, hold up. What the fuck did this one do? But again, just, every single one that gets like created, like it creates a new peer. You either create a server or you create a client, right?
Okay.
When you're creating a server, you don't need to like specify the address, but when doing a client, this is the server that you're gonna try and connect to.
Okay. 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 I understand this part. That's fair. That's fair.
I still don't know what this does. Of course, the print statements can go, you know, whatever. But that's really like the basic part of the host and drop in, right? Create a server, new peer joins it. But this portion, it's kind of a mess. When you create a server, right? And I spawn in like the player, right? I rename it. That's just like game to game shit. I assign the player node, you know, explain that prior. I get the ID. I set the name to it. This part. How RPCs work.
Need or you will never RPC to the right
Because it's trying to send
node. Right. Okay. I get that one.
Through the scene tree to the exact same order every single time. If you have like main co-op buttons join, but I am trying to say, okay, like RPC join and hit the join button, but join is instead under like a new control and a new button and it's called TED, it will have no fucking idea, right? It needs to go to co-op buttons join. That's the only way that it knows which button to call which callable on. So
right.
If you don't set the player name to the same thing on every single server or every single client, the RPC functions will never call correctly. And that's why I was getting those like 28,000 debugger errors earlier. So
that's why you rename it. Because I was wondering like why would I need to rename my things? That's good practice stuff. Okay. Because again, my example is extremely rudimentary. Like it didn't even need any verification. It didn't need any of that stuff. So this made it so that this sort of tells you that like, okay, you need to have the name the same for every single one because you're going to do a lot of like back and forth with them. So you might as well ensure that both of them work, that both of them are the same name so you can do stuff synchronously.
Definitely focus on
I don't know if that's a word.
To get every single node to be named universally. I do the string name of the unique ID. I think that's the simplest way because then the engine's automatically going to create that. You're just reusing that number, and this will always be unique. The host will always be the same ID no matter what you're doing. For me, it's 1. If you get errors, that might be something like I don't know if that will be a problem for you.
Okay.
Might be. But for the time being, I wouldn't really worry too much about that.
Yeah, I think for me, I don't have that issue. Like for what it seems, like my thing just works. So
probably won't be an issue. Might be. I don't know. And
also, I now know why it's 1. It's because 1 is the server. Everything else are unique players.
I do the send player information.
Because I believe he had like a thing where like he didn't understand why it was 1. I think it was because if it's a server, it's always 1. Everything else, the IDs are going to be random.
I don't really know any other way off the top of my head to do this. You probably don't need to do like name ID or this. You could probably just do like an array of IDs.
Yeah, but I mean, mine is like completely butchered. Mine is like grab the text and just send that. That's what I did because I was like, well, that's all I need. All I need is the username, the host username, in this specific instance. So I'm just gonna grab the line edit text. I don't need the actual player data or whatever. I'm not making an RPG
or something. I just had it set up.
But yeah, that's a very specific scenario though.
I needed a way to get all the IDs and all the names, and hell, it'd probably be better to set it up like I need a name, but I haven't set it up like this for some reason because I was an idiot back then. I had no idea how I was doing stuff. And then if it's a server, it sends it to all the players. This probably never gets called ever. I'm gonna be real. This
multiplayer is server. Oh, that's okay. Interesting. So this ensures that if whoever is updating is always the server, and it's never the client. Because I had that issue earlier where the client was sending stuff to the server, and I was wondering how do you ensure that it's only the server that's sending data through? That is how you do it. Multiplayer is server. Ah, okay. To be fair, I think I just kind of fixed it accidentally by just trying to stick with what the AI told me, but knowing protocols like this does make it easier if I were to work on the next project.
I think this gets called like this, but I might be wrong. I said co-op to true, and I don't even think this gets called. This might just be like a useless thing that I again kept because I was like pure close. Yeah, this was for like
Well,
yeah. Just fuck that.
I don't know what I did there.
Yeah, it might be useful for this, but there's probably a built-in function to make sure that you're connected to a server, so I wouldn't worry too much about it. Sorry that I'm figuring this out on the spot. I gotta like do this.
Okay, what is this? If GM co-op close the peer, create default interface. I don't know what that means.
Explanation bit a couple more times and then
I got no clue what that means. Okay, what is this?
Thing you could definitely replace with like if multiplayer dot is server, and that should be the same thing because then it tells you that it's connected. But there was an issue that I was telling you about before where if you were leaving the server right on client leave, and you got to do this, at least for multiplayer games, right, that are drop in drop out like Terraria for example, I found like it was very difficult for me to like have the server get shut down and recreate it when I wanted a new player to join. So I just immediately did this no matter what, so that I didn't have to worry about like, okay, this player's trying to join another server, they're trying to create a server, but they're still quote unquote not a host, right? They've been created as a peer for another server, but they're never correctly being told, okay, now become a host again in the off chance that you want to create your own server. You could probably put this under like get host and it doesn't matter, but for the sake of it, it sort of sets server host status.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't understand what that was. Maybe I need to re-listen to what he said, but like I got lost when he started talking about Terraria.
A lot more sense, but
wait,
this co-op thing you could definitely replace with like if multiplayer dot is server.
Okay.
And that should be the same thing because then it tells you that it's connected. But there was an issue that I was telling you about before where if you were leaving the server right on client leave, and you got to do this.
Okay.
At least for multiplayer games, right, that are drop in drop out like Terraria for example, I found like it was very difficult for me to like have the server get shut down and recreate it when I wanted a new player to join. So
have the server shut down and recreate. For the client side? Because the client side makes like a peer. I'm assuming that's what he's saying. So when I'm trying to understand what he said. When the peer connects to the server, disconnects, and wants to turn into a host, the server has a hard time converting, turning into a host, turning into a server. So this ensures that it does that.
So I just immediately did this, no matter what, so that I didn't have to worry about like, okay, this player's trying to join another server, they're trying to create a server, but they're still quote unquote not a host, right? They've been created as a peer
Right.
for another server, but they're never correctly being told, okay, now become a host again in the off chance that you want to create your own server.
I see. Okay, I understand what he's doing. Okay, so because in games like Terraria, if you disconnect, you're supposed to go back to a status of being able to host. Like in Minecraft, where like if you make a world, you can host as a server by yourself, or you can connect to a different you can connect to a different server, which turns you into a client. I mean, Minecraft is not. It's kind of a bad example because you're not in game while you're connecting to a server. I guess you can in some servers, but like it's a bad example. But like I understand sort of what he's trying to say. Maybe I'm completely wrong. Right? Maybe I'm just talking out of my ass, but it sounds reasonable. Yeah.
You could probably put this under like git host and it doesn't matter, but for the sake of it, it resets server host status. Pure.close, this just like shuts down your connection. Like,
Okay.
this is a built-in function off of wow, I didn't even holy fuck, dude. I didn't even name it that. Yeah, close is just a method off of here, I'm pretty sure. Maybe not. Multiplayer peer.
Peer. Immediately close the multiplayer peer, returning to the state connection disconnected. Connected peers will drop without emitting peer disconnected. Oh. Okay. Interesting. So it's like a force close.
So yeah, shuts down. I don't know if you're allowed to do it this way, maybe honest. I might break it. Did I explain everything though? By the way, if you haven't figured out, controls are really stupid and they end up blocking things.
That's fair.
Don't worry, dude. I can post it in my Discord.
Okay, so this is the point where my internet, I don't know what happened. I was able to watch it fairly well until for some reason I think like halfway through his explanation, the stream started becoming choppy, and I think it was my internet that was starting to struggle for some reason. I don't know why. Our internet here is good. I don't know why it started to get choppy, but at that point, I mean, there was really I got no choice. So luckily, he sent over a Discord link. I joined his Discord server, and now I'm able to contact him if ever. I don't think I'll like regularly contact him. The only thing that I'll do is thank him for actually getting me to do multiplayer stuff. But also, if I ever have potential like questions that I would have, because since he has more experience, I will maybe give him like a lead as to like, oh, like I'm working on this thing, maybe if you can help out with this. But generally I think I should be fine. I don't need to ask too many questions. But yeah, it's nice. It's nice that I have a connection with that now, so I don't have to worry too badly. I have a person that knows how to do multiplayer pretty well, that if I ever have a question, I can always go to that person, or maybe that server, because maybe the server is full of people who do this kind of stuff, and just ask, and maybe they'll be able to answer.
I don't want to put it on YouTube because it's like.
But to be fair, a lot of the times I can just ask AI. The AI will be most likely 9 times out of 10 be able to answer this, especially Claude. So hopefully I don't have to ask directly, because I don't want to, I don't want to disturb people's time.
Like, it's a really shitty. It's gonna be a terrible video. It's gonna be such a bad video. But I'll put it in. I won't be able to put it in Discord.
Okay.
I think that's pretty much all the multiplayer stuff. with,
Okay.
boilerplate joining and leaving,
Hmm.
send multiplayer information. This save call is like where most of like your real shit is gonna happen.
Save call RPC ID multiplayer get remote sender ID send file running player name Luigi.
Your game is gonna require you to like send data, like okay, what is this guy's gun skin? What is this guy's player name? Whatever. A lot of that might be able to be handled through the Steam API. I don't know. I've never used the Steam API, but you probably need to use that if you're gonna make a multiplayer game on Steam. It's gonna make it so you can like add players through their friends list, do all that. From what I know, I haven't really looked too in depth into it.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I think I skipped a few beats. I don't know what he's talking about.
I think that's pretty much all the multiplayer stuff. With
Did I skip anything?
That won't make sense or sound that funny or even be funny at all until possibly later. Hi, this is the same. This is past me talking to past you about what.
Okay, I, I knew it. I was like, what was he talking about? I was like so confused because I skip around to just see if like, oh, okay, maybe I need to just
Hi,
speed forward.
This is past me talking past you about what current you is going to do right now. Isn't that crazy? But that won't make sense or sound that funny or even be funny at all until possibly later in the future.
Okay.
I think that's pretty much all the multiplayer stuff. With boilerplate joining and leaving, send multiplayer information. This save call is like where most of.
Never mind. I did not miss any context. I still don't understand. I thought I would understand because maybe I missed like crucial info about this thing. I completely got lost with what he was saying here.
Real shit is gonna happen. Your game is gonna require you to like send data, like okay, what is this guy's gun skin? What is this guy's player name? Whatever.
Right.
A lot of that might be able to be handled through the Steam API. I don't know. I've never used the Steam API, but you probably need to use that if you're gonna make a multiplayer game on Steam.
Yeah. I don't know, which is why I think I need to get this as an actual landmark. I need to be able to say that like, okay, I can work with Steam API. If Epic Games has an API, if there's a free server API that I can use, I also need to be able to do local hosting stuff. So like if I can host my own, like it automatically sets up my machine as a server and then people can join to that. I don't know how feasible that would be, but it would be really useful to have that. So I think this is a very important factor that I need to consider to make sure that I understand how to do this.
Gonna make it so you can like add players through their friends list, do all that. From what I know, I haven't really looked too in depth into it, but definitely useful. I don't know if you want to do like DRM free stuff, but that might be a different story as well. But this is where you like get the sender ID from, where is it? Join. So you call the save call during this whole process. This is where you like create the characters under the clients, right? You say, okay, I'm joining the game. Here's my player name, and you create all the players. You create all the players in the players list. Stuff like this really doesn't have to be explained. It's
okay. So I think this is this is what I did here. Also, I forgot I still had this open. I had this here. So this function that I ran is essentially what he's trying to do here, where it's grabbing the data from presumably the server, which gave player data, which has all the players listed. The client receives it, and then it re-adds it to his own side to see the players that the server saw, right? Or the server has. Okay.
It's just
that makes sense.
Really basic multiplayer stuff, like just putting a player screen or player on the screen. It really isn't going to be too helpful when you need to like put player models in, correctly match assets, take the data and whatnot. This is just going to be like okay, all the players that I have.
Okay, I think I can move forward to this.
By the way, don't worry about that Discord. I just saw that I sent it, and it doesn't matter. Yeah, my fucking body is killing me right now. Probably need more water. I don't know.
To be fair, I think he was okay. I don't know where or what time he was streaming. All I remembered is that he told me that he was not supposed to be streaming at this time. I'll assume that he's in the North American region. So if it was midnight for me, it was probably like way late afternoon for him. So he was probably, I don't know, like I don't know what exactly he does before he streams. Maybe he just woke up and decided to stream. But yeah, I don't know what circumstances were when he was streaming. All I knew is that apparently it was not an ideal time for him to stream. And now he also told me that it was like midnight. Yeah, I'm assuming it's like time for him to sleep at this time, which for us, it's like late afternoon to early evening. So, makes sense.
That doesn't matter. Yeah,
But,
I like set the global position of all of them. Stuff like that doesn't matter.
okay.
Yeah,
Oh, wait a second. Oh, okay. So in this specific instance, it saves the positions of the players in the server side as well. And then on the client, it will move those players into their positions. Okay, okay. I got it. Okay, this is the point where I started my stream started getting choppy. So I think he's typing to compensate because again, I'm not able to listen to what he's saying. So okay, so maybe
like the player join isn't.
Maybe he's gonna go through more. Yeah, there we go.
What I didn't explain.
Yeah.
I feel like the player join isn't too complicated. Like if you're trying to do multiplayer, you probably understand what these are doing. Like, you know, I'm creating a player, I'm setting the name, position, and whatnot.
Okay.
This multiplayer authority is really important. This is how you know what player has the right to control this node. So you take the current ID from. Wait, hold up. Player join, RPC. You take the current ID from who is sending this RPC call, right? Because this is when a client joins, and you're saying, okay, this player. Sorry, the song's really good. Oh shit, the song's gonna go on YouTube. Fuck, this video won't work.
Oh no, the copyright.
Oh man, I won't be able to upload this video.
Nah, we're good. I don't think the copyright system is gonna blast you for a video that's like.
It'll be a copyright strike.
You know, it's fine. It's not gonna be a problem.
That song made me realize.
Audio jungle.
My bad. I guess I don't need to explain this anymore. I don't think anyone else is super interested in a multiplayer breakdown.
Okay, I think this is where I started to fall asleep. Because I remember when him saying this, I thought he was gonna stop. I switched out of the app, I joined the Discord, I went in, and I was gonna message him tomorrow saying that like, oh, like I'm gonna ask for the Git repo if possible. To be honest, I don't think I'm gonna look at the repo just yet. I wanna learn for myself first and then look at the repo. I did clone it just to see. Because I think this stuff is very out of my league currently. So I need more time before I dive into someone else's code and understand what he's trying to do. So, but I appreciate the fact that he even did this in the first place. The time that I came back after it was getting choppy, it started coming back up. My internet started becoming okay. And he was still talking about it. This is the point where he actually, I think he still goes on and explains.
Okay, hold on. I'm trying to make it concise. I could possibly like edit some stuff out.
Yeah.
Discord. Multiplayer authority. Who gets to control this node? Take it from who sent this node, because whoever sent this node is a client joining.
Okay, wait. Okay, I gotta slow down a bit. Okay, what did it say?
Multiplayer authority. Who gets to control this node? Take it from who sent this node, because whoever sent this node is a client joining a server. You want to make sure that they can only control their node. Same thing is set.
Okay. Wait. Okay, this is gonna be a question for future real book lover, or if I just understand, maybe I'll just learn it. In this specific case, is everything server side? So are the player character bodies are all added server side? And then the client side only sends instructions for the server to do to their player node. Is that what I'm understanding? Because currently that's what I'm thinking. Because like, why would the where is it? Yeah, why would you need to set the multiplayer authority to a client? The only reason why that would be the case is because the node was not in client side, meaning it was in server side. So I'm assuming that like, oh, that means that this node specifically will only be controlled by this client ID, which means that everything is added server side, but the client controls the player. That's what I'm understanding so far.
Who gets to control this node? Take it from who sent this node, because whoever sent this node is a client joining a server. You want to make sure that they can only control their node. Same thing is set under the host press. Well, it's assumed from what I see, but don't worry too much about that. Send information true. At this point, everything's connected. The only other thing you need to worry about is handling multiplayer movement. Fuck these nodes. They suck.
Okay. Now this is where I'm going to diverge from what he did, because what he did is different from how the tutorials do it. The tutorials does use these multiplayer synchronizers and spawners. I don't know how he does it here, and apparently he claims that this method that he's about to do is, I don't know if it's better. I think he also explained in the live stream that like, maybe I'm doing this wrong, maybe blah 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 blah, something like that. Like he just didn't know exactly how it works, but he ended up with this setup that did work, and that's why he's teaching this setup. So I'm gonna assume that this has merit, what he's saying. So I'm going to see how he does what the synchronizer and the spawner does, just to see some insight on what he actually does to replace those.
I just check if it's a co-op game. Check if they're the authority node. If not, it just passes over. It doesn't matter. Then the script does nothing. Okay. You could probably set process off on like... No, that wouldn't work. That was me trying to think of something new. So if it's a multiplayer authority, then you take this, you RPC wherever their position is to every single other client. And then the...
Oh, okay. Wait. But what if the... Oh my goodness, I just... I just realized what's at the bottom right corner. Ultra Kill Enjoyer. Let's go. But yeah. So the server sends the data of where the player positions are, but how does the client send actions to the... Wait. Player position, multiplayer, get unique ID. Player actions. Player position? GM player ID position equals position. Wait. I got confused.
That's off on like... No, that wouldn't work. That was me trying to think of something new. So if it's a multiplayer authority, then you take this, you RPC wherever their position is to every single other client. And then the player actions would be like, okay, this is handling all their movement and whatnot. Whatever you would do, put it under player actions. Sprite changes, whatever can be handled on each individual client. Just get their direction. And I think honestly that's it. That's really all you need to...
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. I understand that one.
Same thing with the multiplayer synchronizer. Well, that's the synchronizer. Same with the spawner. Fuck that. Use spawn ID. Just...
Spawn ID. New entity pack scene. Okay, so instead of doing spawner, they do a manual add because he already has a manager that does everything for him. Okay, I understand that now. Again, I'm not experienced enough to understand what would be the key benefits of not using a spawner instead of a We're gonna find out, but right now I'm just learning.
Spawn like from an enum or something, you know, like enum entity 1. Like, well, technically this would be 0. Anything other than the spawner, dude. The spawner fucking sucks. Worst thing ever made. Then just spawn entities. And if you RPC this, right, let's say like the player actions, like I don't know, like if input dot is action just pressed, spawn guy, whatever it is. You RPC, you send it to everybody, right? You want to make sure every single node can send out this function. So you do at RPC. You make sure that anyone can call it out. You have a couple options here. You can make sure that only the authority node can call it, which is the hosts or any peer. You want any peer to call it. And then you do either call local, call remote. Call remote only sends it to every other client. So if you want everything to be synchronized truly, you call local. That way, you don't have to do like call remote and then call the function right after.
I see.
Kind of
Okay.
ridiculous.
Okay.
So then you RPC the function, spawn ID, and then let's say again, I'm just gonna spawn the only thing I have in there, entity 0. It would spawn another player.
Okay. Got it.
So this right here is all you need to replace this node. It sucks. But this finishes up the multiplayer spawner. You just have to put this on every single entity. Like anything with like a position, anything that can move around.
Okay.
You just RPC their position all the time.
So this is where apparently the synchronizer is supposed to help, because the synchronizer is added to the player, and then the synchronizer will select which things it'll RPC from what I remembered from the other tutorial. In his case, what he does is that he would specifically tell which properties he's RPCing, which is actually pretty useful in certain occasions. So maybe if like you want to be very granular, maybe instead of just position, you want to make it like position.x or something. Like you want it to be very specific, then it makes sense for you to do like very manual RPC calls. Okay, I can see where he's coming from. It gives you more control. That's definitely an advantage when not using the synchronizer or the spawner.
State changes. You send off the state change every single time it happens. Which
also, I don't know if what I said was correct. Maybe maybe that was completely wrong. You can't actually send like floats or something.
Again, if you're like, let's say a plant is growing or something, and the plant changes from like stage 1 to 2, like you would already have a function in there that's calling off like, you know, like func plant growth. And it would grow like from like stage plus equals 1. Okay. Well, let's say like if stage, well, stage changes here, right? I'll try to keep it like super simple. You can RPC like, I don't know. Now I think about it, this doesn't really help because all of this could be handled off of like the individual what is it called? Individual clients. You don't really want to do stuff like this, but like again, it would be as simple as like saying like RPC like function or whatever.
Keygen, dude, this guy has great music taste. I'm just gonna say it. I remember when I saw the final stuff and I was like, okay, well, I don't play those games. I don't understand them. But the music taste is definitely coming back around. Keygen, Ultra Kill, you know, it's coming back around.
Like, do this.
I like this guy's music taste.
Out, though. Like, this is necessary. You can't really get by without saying, use this player position, do this, because you need to know when somebody inputted something. But if something is constantly happening and being sent through, that's a lot of data, right? So if something can be done or inferred from other data, it is best to not send that through. Mm-hmm. If you're doing something that's like let's say a timer's going off every second for a minute, you don't want to send 60 calls a minute that you don't need when you could say, put this timer on auto start, put it on non one shot, have it go off every second, and then on the 60th count, turn it off. Because that way you only need to tell each client to turn it on, and that saves you 59 calls.
Okay, wait.
That
I need to understand what he said because I was a bit distracted.
you need to know when somebody inputted something. But if something is constantly happening and being sent through, that's a lot of data, right? So if something can be done or inferred from other data, it is best to not send that through. If you're doing something that's like let's say a timer's going off every like every second for a minute, you don't want to send 60 calls a minute that you don't need when you could say put this timer on auto start, put it on non one shot, have it go off every second, and then on the 60th count turn it off, because that way you only need to tell each client to turn it on, and that saves you 59 calls.
Right.
That is what you really need to do to make multiplayer work. Minimize the call count. But
Okay.
stuff like this needs to happen though. You need to tell where the position is, especially for like a multiplayer game or a shooter.
Right. Okay. So from what I gathered, try to reduce as many calls as you can. Only send absolutely what's necessary. That's good advice, I'd say. Yeah, that's the same philosophy that you would have for like data transfers and stuff. Try to minimize the amount of waste that you're going to send over. That's fair.
But like for something like a bullet, you wouldn't want to RPC where the bullet position is all the time. You would just have the bullet do like again straight line the constant velocity. Just tell the client to spawn it at that position with that velocity.
Fair. Okay.
That way it'll go in the straight line. But that's
Yeah.
shit.
So you don't need to have everything sort of ping ponging back and forth on the client. You can like unless if it's absolutely necessary, which is maybe I need to do that for my ping pong game. Maybe you do need to have that interaction. Maybe you need to have the position of the ball update on both clients. I don't know, right? We're gonna find out, but to me, at least, this sort of tells me that only do it unless you absolutely have to, right? Like you have to minimize the amount of calls sending back and forth between the server and the client. Got it. Okay.
Probably didn't need explaining. That's really it though. There's really nothing else. That's multiplayer. It took like 2.5 hours to explain, but most of it was just fucking setting.
Hey man, I learned quite a bit, honestly.
When I have no idea how to do it, but now that I know,
It's a lot of like little things that
all right, I'm done with this.
maybe I'll actually implement on my thing. Yeah.
Arrayless, multiple, Godot.
Okay, I think this is when he stopped recording.
This looked interesting.
Yeah, there we go. So now he's going back to his Twitch extension, which I have good luck for him, right? Good luck to his project. I hope that he does well with it. I am about to feed the dog in 10 minutes. So I think I'll take a quick break and then I'll come back. Should I remake this again? One more time, right? One more time to really just dial it in. I think I should. I'll do this one more time before I move on to the second stage. If I can get through this without having to consult the AI once, I think I finally drilled it into my memory. All right. So we'll do it. We'll do one more attempt. We'll do one more attempt. And hopefully at this point I'll be able to make it work. So I'll be right back. Woo! I'm back. All right. Got some water. Got the dog. And now we're back to it. Attempt number 5. See if I can finally get it working this time. And move on to the next step. So yeah, let's see. Here we go. Because all of this is just like I need to get muscle memory into it. You know, you just gotta do it. It's like reps in the gym. Add these 3. Connect this guy. Connect this guy. Am I missing anything? No. Okay. Sir. Oh, right. I did miss one thing. Multiplayer. Multiplayer peer. And then peer connected. Connect. Add player. I know. Let's do it properly. Peer connected. And then add player. Okay, in this specific instance, I think I'll do add player. I'll do add player in peer connected. Which now I know has an ID, right? Yes, it has an ID. Has an ID. I do a print. Peer connected ID string add player ID and then sync player ID. There we go. Let's work on add player first before syncs because just need add player to work first. Add player. Okay. Player name is the ID. Ensure that player text is equals to when edit text. But those need to be through RPC. Okay. So ID username RPC any peer call local, sure. I don't know what reliable and unreliable was. Let me look up what they are. Unreliable, not acknowledged, no recent attempts are made for lost packets. Packets may arrive in any order, potentially faster than ordered. Must be received and resend. Should be made until the packets are acknowledged. Must be received, ordered the way they were sent in. Most reliable, potentially slowest due to overhead. Okay, so this is slowest. Interesting. Okay. To scene, ID, line edit, text, RPC. There we go. Actually, RPC ID, no? Or... because it needs to send to this ID and then there. Okay. Player text, and then if player 1 position get child count less than 1, add child player, else player 2. There we go. For now though, I want to see if it works. Okay, so it doesn't. Oh, because I need to do add player on its own. It doesn't actually get connected to peer. Right, I forgot about that. Cannot call method instantiate on a null value. I forgot to put the scene again. There we go. There it is. Okay. Add the player there. Now, when I press join, it will do the same thing as host. The only difference is that it is a client. Actually, I'm just gonna rewrite this. Create client, IP address, port, multiplayer peer, multiplayer, connected to server, connect, peer connected? Or wait, is connected to... oh, connected to server doesn't send anything, so I can't do that. Noted. So I'll do successful instead. And then my ID, multiplayer, get unique ID, and then add player. Oh, I don't need to do that. Yeah. I don't need to do that. Because I just need to go through add to scene, specifically. Add to scene, my ID, line edit text dot rpc. So that way, when it connects successfully, it sends it to the host, and then it reflects it. Let's give this a shot. Let's see if I'm correct. Mario, Luigi. Oh. Oh, right, because I did. uh, hang on. Well, in this case, it's just going to be. Wait. I'm guessing like to the host. Luigi. It did it, but it's not the correct line for some reason. Wait, what? Okay. Connection successful. Connected to server. Get unique ID. It directs to add to scene. Does it need to be add player instead? So it handles all of this on its own? I think that's why. So it handles it host side. No, the host doesn't receive it. Oh, because this is RPC IDing to that. So maybe I needed to have it RPC instead. I go here. No, it's not. Connection successful. Add player. Peer connected. Hang on. Dang, I'm like completely stumped. I don't know what I did wrong. Because I'm trying not to look at my previous attempt to see if I can diagnose it myself. Add player one on host. Connects to that. Peer connect. It goes to add player. Add player adds. Oh, maybe this is not an RPC call. This is a local call. Then this is a... No. What? And then this becomes an RPC call to 1, and then that? Nope, that's not it. Oh wait, RPC ID. Okay, maybe that'll fix it. Nope. What? What did I do wrong this time? Oh my gosh, dude. Okay, I give up. I want to go back to the last one. I did this. This is correct. Add player my ID. What is add player? If ID is equals to multiplayer get unique ID. Add to scene RPC ID. Okay. I mean, that's what I did, right? Am I dumb? What did I do on join? Did I do anything different on join? No, that's the same code. Add player. I then add a player by checking this. I thought this was redundant. You didn't need this. Add the scene, RPC. Yeah. I did everything the exact same way. No? What did I miss? The only thing that is missing is that I didn't. So that is supposed to be an RPC call. And then if ID is equals to multiplayer get unique ID, like, what? How does that make any sense? Yeah, see, like it doesn't even work. What did I do different? I feel like I'm going crazy because this is the same piece of code. This is okay, so this one I got locked in. This one, maybe this one not so, right? Because I for some reason I'm hallucinating. I'm not getting this one all correct for some reason. Connected to server. What's this line? Yeah. What? Yeah, this one is even redundant. It's not even doing this function. What? Hang on. Let me redo this. to see if it even actually works the way that it's supposed to. What are you talking about? It's there. Okay. It works. How though? How does it not work on the other one? I don't understand. It did it twice. I'm assuming because it needed to sync. Okay, let me. Okay. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh, this is so annoying. If it feels like I'm not getting it still, even though I get it conceptually, which is so annoying. Like, what am I doing wrong? It's the same thing. You know what? I'm even gonna do this because I'm getting sick of putting that in. Like, what happens if I just do that? Oh, okay, just a pass. Okay, you know what? Let's do the thing that I did in the successful attempt. What I did was I troubleshooted it early, right? I made sure that every check worked before I went ahead with the actual functions, right? So let's give this a shot. So yeah, let's say this first. Very simple, straightforward. Instead of you're connected to server. Unique ID. Uh, add player. Okay. So this is the most basic setup. Let's see if I did anything wrong. Host. Join. Okay. It looks like it's working, right? It looks like it's everything's working. Everything is working as intended. It received the peer. It added the peer as a player. Now comes the actual part that needs to work. Now, I'm going to do sync players at the beginning here. I'll let that slide for now. But for add players, I am going to add to scene RPC ID line edit text. And let's add a redundancy check if ID is equals to multiplayer get unique ID. So if it is the same client, actually no, I don't need that. Just send an RPC call for everything. Any peer, call local, reliable. Add to scene. And then okay. Add child player. Else add child. Okay, let's see what happens here. Add it. Okay. It does work now. Okay. Now I need to run the sync so that it goes to the host. So this is a host call because it's not RPC. Grabs just the username. I don't even need to do anything. And then add to scene. .rpc ID because we're calling it back to the client ID. In fact, I'm gonna name it as client ID so I don't forget. Client ID, the ID again, and then the host username. That should be it. Because everything else is in place. Yes. Yes. Oh my gosh, dude. Okay, so lesson learned, do checks. Do checks because checks are important. Checks are very important and they ensure that everything works because if you don't do checks, it's gonna suck. Noted. Noted. All right. Well, I can at least verifiably say username login is done. It took me 3 hours to get it in my head, but I think I finally got it in. I don't think it's leaving my brain, but in order to really solidify it, I am going to make another project. This time, similar to what Book Lover did. Can I tag this? Like, multiplayer learning. There we go. Multiplayer learning. Two-day top-down multiplayer. Here we go. Now it's a little different. Because now I'm actually using character bodies. Now in the tutorial, it did use a synchronizer for everything. So I'm going to follow in the footsteps of what the tutorial did, just to see how everything's done, like, quote unquote, the Godot way, right? This is how you're supposed to do it in Godot. And then if it doesn't work, I'll potentially look at how Chris did it. Player. Multiplayer synchronizer. For now, it'll just be position. Yep, just the position. And then player.gd, sure. What was it? Uh, have that there. Move and slide. The most basic player controller. There we go. Go back here. The world. And apparently, I just add a spawner. Replicate spawnable nodes from the authority to other multiplayer peers. Okay. I add the player, so that would do the spawning. Node path must be set to spawn path. Oh, right. So this is going to be this one. Fair. I go here. Now I start to do the coding. Uh, oh, right. I also need a host and a join button. Let's just place it like in the middle for now. Okay. First of all, make an enet peer and uh hmm. Multiplayer peer. Uh the player spawning, I think, is handled by the spawner itself. So I think I'm good. I don't know if I need to do that. But okay, hang on. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna reference the tutorial because I don't remember fully what you're supposed to do here. There it is. Okay. Oh, so you are supposed to still do it. Okay. Create a server, yeah. Add player. Oh, I see what's going on. Okay, so I get it. Multiplayer spawner handles the add player thing for the client. That's what it does. Because I was so confused. How did it do it again? Right. It handles the add player directly. Okay. I see. Okay. I understand now. I understand. So I still need it for the host because in this specific case, the host is also a player. So I'm gonna do it the same way that I did in the previous project. Act scene. I add the player, and then uh on host pressed here uh create server 7,000. And then did it do peer connected to add player? Is that what it did? Yes, that's what it did. And it called it again. It called it to itself. Okay. Honestly, I don't think I need to do that. Do I need to do that? Okay. Because I think it does it before, after it's already made the server. So I think I need to redo it. And then player scene, instantiate it, player name ID, and then they add it, call deferred. I'm assuming because it's doing other stuff. Actually, I mean, I'm just gonna do add child. If it gives me a problem with it, then later. Why not? Uh, we'll just do add child because it's already here. Is that correct? Yeah, it's doing call deferred, but I think it's fine. Then join. I don't have to do any of the add player stuff. All I need to do is create client, localhost, peer-to-peer, and then it does, the multiplayer spawner does it all automatically. Ideally, that should be it. That should be everything I need for this to work. To really ensure that it is actually working, I'm going to add a camera so that it will have its own perspective. So now, also, I need to do, where is it? Where did he, there we go. Customize run instances. Let's do 3 this time, just to really test it. Okay. Run, select current. Okay, so I have 3 instances. I host here. Everything's backwards. Okay, let's fix my controls, my dumb controls. This is backwards. Okay, there we go. Okay, I have 1. I have, ooh. Hang on a second. Why can't I move? Oh, the host moves it, which is not what I want. Huh. What did it do different? Set multiplayer authority name dot to int. Huh. Set multiplayer authority. Oh! Wait. Function. I guess ready. Set multiplayer authority. Name to int. Or rather, that. User can only control the node. Ah, that's why. Okay. If is multiplayer authority do this. I see. Other player's character. Okay. So this is where the name comes in, because you want to ensure that every single node doesn't interfere with each other. Got it. Got it. Okay. So now if I do a host, I move here. Let's say I'm next to the host button. I join. Why am I in this camera? Is it? Do I need to synchronize the camera? Multiplayer synchronizer path is unable to process the pending spawn since it has no network ID. This might happen when changing multiplayer authority during ready callback. Make sure. Huh? What? So is that why they don't put it on ready? You put it on enter tree? But I'm not used to that. What is enter tree anyway? Calls when the scene and node enters the scene tree after calling add child. Okay. Sure. So this is if after you add child, it will do this exactly. Okay. Okay. Let's do that. Let's join. That's the other player, but it's not using the camera, which is weird because it's supposed to use the camera. Yeah, it's enabled. Because in the, I believe in the tutorial, he doesn't, yeah, he doesn't have a camera. So how do I sync the, how do I have the camera moving or have the camera set for that player? I guess like I just do this. Or something. I do this. Like, how do I turn? Client uses the host camera to the Godot. You need to change camera 2D enabled depending on which player has control over it. Camera make current. Oh, but it's now not that. Okay. So I need to do this for every camera. So now host has their camera. There we go. Nice. That's funny. I'm like glitching out the player. Oh man. Okay. And now if I join with another one, we have 3 players. That's very straightforward. That I mean, it looks like everything's working. I would love now to do names so that they will have names on top of it. Because of course you would want like a username on top of your thing. So let's say I have a label on top and it's set to center. We'll move this up here. So we'll have this, for example, right? So we'll have the label there, like so. Let's add this as a function, rename label text equals username. I go back to world. I do line edit. I'm also going to do a little bit of checking because these are going to start as disabled. If new text is not null, then post disabled goes to false, join disabled is equals to false. Else I could just do that. This way it ensures that there's a username on the thing. Then I hmm. Player rename something like that. See if this works. Good start, good start. Ooh, that's no bueno. Why does it turn to Jeff? uh, why exactly? Now they're both Jeff. Hmm. Maybe like RPC ID, it needs to have the ID in it. So like in the player, something like that. RPC rename on yourself is not allowed by selected mode. Oh, rename label. Sure. Okay, so that's not the problem. I thought it was like because the name was different. Huh. Okay, this is where I think I will have GPT to look at this for me. Or Claude in this case. Because I don't know what to do. Okay. Where is Claude? I'm trying to rename the label in the player scene to the line edit text. And it doesn't seem to work properly. It here's the player script. The issue is that you're calling player.rename immediately after instantiating the player. Player ready function hasn't been called yet, so onReady var label hasn't been initialized. Call a rename after adding the player to the scene tree. Add player, add child, call deferred, set player name, player, line edit text. Set player name, username. Oh, okay. Oh. Player call deferred, rename. Okay. So really? So I was correct. This solution works. I just need to call deferred? That seems too straightforward to be true. I mean, if that's the fix, that would be crazy. Oh, I I hosted. Never mind. Okay. Come on. Egg. John. And it's back to Jeff. Okay. That's not good. That is not good at all. So the call deferred didn't do anything. That did not fix the problem. The names of the players are still not corresponding to the line edit on their clients. Fundamental in multiplayer games, each client only sees their line edit text value. When a player joins, the host is using the host's line edit text name all the players. But other clients don't see this. You need to synchronize the player names across all clients. Here are two solutions. Send the username when joining on peer connected. RPC ID request username. Send our username back to the host. Get remote sender ID. Receive username. Sender ID. Line edit text. Receive username. Player ID. Store username in player and sync it. Okay, hang on. Let me look at this solution. Let me see what it does. It requests the username when it connected. Then it sends it back to the server. Add player remote. Okay. Store username in player and sync it. Modify player script to handle username syncing. Export var username. Okay, this seems weirdly complicated. Enter tray, set multiplayer, okay. If multiplayer authority, okay, current sync username. Username equals new username. Get username from main. Main get tree, get first node in group. Main. Add your main scene to main group. Okay. If main and mainline edit, return mainline edit text. Return player. Huh. And add this to the main script ready function. Add to group main. Okay, so this makes more sense in my head. The only thing that that's not clicking is this. Get remote sender ID. Then it sends it back to the server. Adds the player. Then it add player remote. I don't like this. That's the part I don't understand. I don't understand that. I don't get that. Okay. But hey, we'll see. Okay, so if this works, then that would be amazing. But I highly doubt that it just works. I removed my thingamajig. Yep. Go. Invalid assignment property username with the value type string based on the type. Oh, so username has to have username. Okay. Noted. That's not the right name. Why is that not the right name? Host pressed. Add player. Add player. Player instantiate. Player username. Add child. Wait a second. I'm assuming this is like connected to this? Like that, and then it added this. Yeah. It added this as an extra. Interesting. Username, new username. Label text equals username. I don't know where new username is. That's not anywhere in here. uh yeah, it's nowhere near here. So I think this is completely nonsense there. Uh let's try this again. Okay, that's a good sign. So it did do it. Uh something broke though? Yeah, hang on. Uh there we go. Egg. This one. Shoot. That's a problem. Unable to auto-spawn. Auto-spawn node with a reserved name. Make sure to add replicated scenes via add child to produce valid names. Hang on. Unable to spawn node. Auto spawn node with reserved name. Make sure to add your replicated scenes via add child to produce valid names. Huh? Huh? So it can't. So if you do it through multiplayer spawner, you can't have it a different name? Add your replicated scenes. To produce valid names. So I just do true. Force readable name. Sure. Nope. In fact, it made it worse because now my other guy cannot be seen. Yep. Oh! Wait. Huh? But his name's John. Wait. I'm so confused. Also, why is his control not working? He's no longer the multiplayer authority for some reason. I'm assuming it's because the name is no longer valid. Can't I just... Hmm. Its name is set to string ID. If I remove string ID, does that just work now? Because now it will have its own name, right? Is that the only problem? Wait. What? Why is it not? Uh, Host, add player. Yeah, that seems correct, but... So wait, I do need this. Huh. Because I need it to be able to move. This completely breaks because it has a reserved name. So it can't change its name. But if I put a thing here, if equals to 1, everything else doesn't get renamed, what happens? I can still move. Something breaks. This again. What? Unable to auto-spawn node with a reserved name. So you really can't? You cannot do this? Or wait, what is he talking about? There's nothing here that changes the name. Unable to auto-spawn node with reserved name. What does that mean, dog? That doesn't give me shit, dog. I don't know what it means. Name with add child script, not same with original name. Okay, this might be useful. A node is given a random name when instantiated at runtime. If you wanted to have specific names, then give it specific names. You didn't provide any codes, I assume. Laser, instantiate, laser name, position. The given name must be unique per siblings. But I don't need it to have a specific name. I don't need it. What are you talking about? Oh, okay. Maybe I need to just add true and they'll automatically do it. Okay. Do this. John, join. Definitely broken. And I can't move. It has the names. Whoa, what? Ayo, what is happening, dog? Okay, but he just ran off to the distance. I don't know what happened. Okay. Egg, host. I'm here. John, join. It's here. Okay. If I move John, John doesn't move. I'm assuming because it's no longer a multiplayer authority because the name is different. This guy's name is now 2. Huh. I mean, what if I just do this? I do it after. Does that change anything? I don't think that changes anything. That does change it. For one, there's no more username. And 2, I'm assuming the IDs are no longer the same. Because it gets instantiated without the name. I wonder why. Why does it do that though? Cuz like if I just print the player name, it's going to probably give me a different thing. So for example, if I do egg, I host. That's 1. That's the server. I do John. It's also 1. which is very weird. Why is John also 1? Peer connected is on peer connected. It requests the username. Receives it to the host. And then it adds the player in. Hang on. Peer connect. Request username. Sends the ID through. Sender ID. Username back to host. Receive username. Add player. And then it goes to here. Yeah. That's supposed to make sense. Why is it not? Why is it not doing it? I feel like I got lost in the sauce or something. I don't know what happened. All right, let's reset. I feel like I'm getting lost. At first I understood what's happening. Now I don't understand what's happening. I'm gonna do attempt 1. That's right there. Put that there. Close everything here. Discard. Let's close everything. Let's start scratch. Let's start from scratch. Because I don't know what was happening. It did not look correct. Okay. Host. Join. Main. There we go. First of all, make a peer. Enet. Enet. Multiplayer peer. New. I'm gonna copy the player purely because it's not necessary for me to redo the player. We'll put all of the things that we are going to use in attempt 2. Disconnect this. Okay, so we have player. I'm also gonna add a multiplayer spawner just to follow the tutorial right now. All right, we're just gonna follow the tutorial. We have templates. I'll add this back into attempt 2. So now I have a starting point when I most likely mess up. Let me also remove the script here. Yeah, so literally it's like base start. Okay. Let's do this. Uh here. Uh Create server. Multiplayer. Multiplayer peer. Here. Multiplayer. Peer connected. Connect. Peer connected. Peer connected. ID. It does have an ID. Let's just print peer connected. Then we add the player ID, and later we sync player. Maybe later. So actually, add player isn't even necessary. It's only for the host because the host is also a player. If I remember. And then instantiate equals to ID. Oh, 2 messages at the same time. Is this some P2P peer-to-peer? Learning multiplayer for the second time would be the real problem. True. How's it going? Arthon, Alexis, and Init. Hopefully you're doing well. How the hell's a host a player? Well, in this specific case, because I think I just need... I don't even know how to make a headless thing. Because I know there's like a thing where like you have... What do you call it? Like you have like a server that doesn't play the game, and then the clients just join to the server. I'm not gonna do that. I want to have the host as an actual player as well, just so that I can see it. But right now, I'm trying to add it. What was I trying to do? Right, I'm trying to add it to the scene. Is it a game? Well, this one specifically is just like a test. It's like a learning thing. Is it like an old school LAN game? Pretty much, yeah, yeah. It's all local host currently. I'm planning to learn actually using like, you know, an API like Steam or whatever service. But right now I'm trying I'm just trying to figure this out because right now I'm just completely confused. I'm trying to get this into my memory. Okay, where was I? I add the player, I instantiate it, I change the name, I add the child to the scene, and I think that should be the base. Is this real time or turn based? It's real time. This one. Okay. So now I go to my player, I add a script, I create. In here, I'm gonna first add the movement script. Input, get vector, UI left, UI right, UI up, I believe, and UI down. Just do 500 for now, and then move and slide. So that's the most basic movement. Where the hell do you live? I live in the Philippines. Next, we'll do enter tree. What was it? Enter tree, set multiplayer authority. The ID is the name, so it's like this. Okay. So this should be the basics of it. So that's correct. The position gets synced. Your time is so random, 7:32. Well, 7:32 a.m. for you, or because for me it's 7:33 p.m. So it's like evening, pretty much. Never come across that time difference? Well, you know, the world is very weird when you can see people from other countries. 13:33. Oh, so it's like afternoon. Wild. All right. Multiplayer spawner. I set the world here. This will be the client. Set this to player. So now if I run this, oh right, I have the script of this thing. Shucks. Okay, how did I did it? All right, I did the wait. Oh right, my default is not correct. Whoops. Scene. Yeah. Okay. Supposed to do this scene. And I also didn't set up the buttons yet. Around 6 hours behind? You're like a 12-hour difference. Pretty much, yeah. That makes sense. Usually when I try to find streamers for like Godot stuff, they typically stream very late for me, so it's kind of annoying. So I have to like stay fairly late, which I often do anyway. I sleep fairly late, but it would be nice to have streamers on my normal time. That would be very epic. But unfortunately not. Okay, so I have the host and join buttons. I probably should set that up on my world template as well. I'm just gonna do that as well. Stream at random times with no time set at all? Well, I mean, that's fine. You know? I remember when I used to stream regularly, because I was like a streamer. I was trying to like, you know, keep an audience and everything. It's important to have like a schedule, but if you're doing it for fun, it's not too big of a deal. Worst streamer in the world. Do not tune in. I start at like 1 a.m. and then later I'll be at 8 p.m. I can't even do the joke properly. I'm stupid. All right. I'll also set this up because honestly, I don't want to redo it every time. This one's fine. I'll just save it there. I don't even stream for fun. Well, are you a Godot developer or are you just like just perusing Twitch streams? I also do that. I go low to high and then I just visit like just random streams. But usually I do it for like developer stuff because usually you find gems. You find people who are like, "Oh, I've been doing this for like 10 years or something." And it's like, "Wow, that's crazy." Like you just find people like that. Unfortunately, I'm not one of those people, but it is what it is. Maybe one day. All right, where was I? Uh okay. Select this current scene. I host. That moves. I go here, I join. That doesn't do anything because I didn't code that. Let me just code that up. Started game dev in May last year. I have 4 Steam pages. What's your name? What's your what's your Steam studio? Or developer page, rather. That's what it's called. What's it called? Do you use Unity or Godot or Unreal? Whichever engine do you use? Let's do localhost 7000. Multiplayer peer to peer. Oh, it's just the name. Okay, let me look it up. Little sidetrack. Nice. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, technically 4. Actually. Uh, yeah, that's dope. That's awesome. Chat TDT. A dynamic world, Twitch chat becomes integral part. Seamlessly integrate with Twitch API. Wow. Man, networking stuff is crazy. Like the guy who inspired me to do multiplayer, Real Book Lover, he was making a Twitch extension. I think like something like this. I think this is more like a standalone, like connect to this so that you can interact. His is more in the Twitch overlay itself. But yeah, networking stuff, man. My first release, people have been streaming it 24 hours. Longest playtime in reviews. 800 hours. As a streamer, I can definitely recommend it. Always double click if it's truly working and connected. Sorry for the grammar problems. That's cool. You have Let's Paint Toast, Snapflex. Yeah, I would love to start publishing on Steam at some point. And of course, I mean, if I am ever gonna go through with this goal, I do have to start using the Steam API. That's not the longest. That's crazy. 5,000 hours is insane. That's awesome. All right. Let's see. Add player. I think what went wrong? I forgot completely what went wrong on this. Oh yeah, right. I didn't set this as authority. Didn't I? Wait. Peer connected. Do I have to run it through again? Through there? I just stream when I'm deving in case any of my players are curious. Left England, live in Germany in case any of my family, friends want to see if I'm alive or whatever. That's pretty important, I guess. Let's see. I think think I should go for this. Let's see. Okay, host. That works. Join. Okay. So player. Oh, right. If is multiplayer authority. Right. Okay. There we go. Multiplayer set to authority. There. Join. And I deleted all my social media stuff. Got bored of it all. Content being content with being a dad in real life. That's awesome. Camera 2D. Let me see. Put this here. Make current. There we go. Host. Join. There we go. So this was the state that I had it before, right? So everything is supposed to work. It starts to become a problem when I want to have a name in them. If I want to have a name for this, this, and this, that is where everything broke down. So this is the bare minimum, and I was able to make it work. It works pretty much just as intended. I just watch game dev on Twitch and Universe videos on YouTube. Universe videos. Can you elaborate? So now, how do I change the label? Is the big question. How do I change the label of a thing that was spawned by the multiplayer spawner? Oh, like science stuff. Ah, that's crazy. Do you do that for your job, or is that like just interest, pure interest? Like what? How do I rename it? Let me look up the docs here. Replicate spawnable nodes from the authority to other multiplayer peers. Okay. I don't have a job? Well, hey, I mean, you're gonna get one soon, because if you look up string theory quantum in your off time, I mean, surely you must be a smart guy. I've been employed for a total of a year, and I'm 30. Well, I mean, the job market's kind of pretty tough right now. I mean, just the general state of the world. I wouldn't blame you on that. I don't want a job. I wish I can say that. I think everybody doesn't really want a job. Or at least they want a job that doesn't feel like a job, you know? I want to go full-time game dev? Well, hey! There's a lot of indie devs that have gotten through, so might as well. Used to be a freelance media guy? I guess we're in the same boat. Spawn function, spawn path, add spawnable scene, get spawnable scene. Spawnable scene path. Slowing down on responses. Yeah, gotcha. I definitely had that. I mean, to me, my clientele is very limited, so I think I wasn't really a real freelancer technically. So I think I didn't really have the true freelancer experience. If we're in the same boat, you can take some clients, some of my clients. I don't know, bro. I don't think what media specifically do you do? Because I do 3D as my primary. Like I do like 3D advertisements, like a little bit of video editing, that kind of stuff. Also, I love how Restream like the emojis that you sent appeared like 30 seconds later. I don't know why it sends it so late. Everything? Oh, so you're just like a generalist, really? Do you not have like a specialty? Because usually, if you're a freelancer, you're supposed to be like, well, I'm really good at this one thing. So for me, I'm really good at 3D, but specifically in 3D, I'm really good in modeling. So do you not have like a like in your portfolio? Do you not have like a star thing that you do? Damn. Well, shit. You got lucky with your clientele. Can't get anything done. That's crazy. Uh, let's see. Spawn limit. Okay, it's not giving me anything here. Internally, multiple spawner uses ABI configuration add to notify spawns. Okay. Hmm. Sort of person that decides they want to make games and make 4 of them. I have 48 releases on Spotify. One has 800K. I'm not gonna lie, if you have 48 releases, I'm calling like is that AI? You can be honest, it's fine. Is it like the thing where like you take it from Suno or like what do you call it? There's another music AI generation thing, and then you just put it on Spotify? Or do you actually make did you actually make 48 songs? That would be crazy if you made 48 songs. You're like incredibly what do you call it? What do you call a person that has a lot of multifaceted? There we go. That's the word I was looking for. Like where you're really multifaceted because you do a lot of media stuff including music. That's like crazy. I'm assuming it's also the same name. I'll check it out. Yeah, I'll check it out. Very productive. Yeah, you're very productive. Holy, that's an understatement. Okay, I'm still not seeing. Okay, is this anything? I'm still not seeing anything that can allow me to. Is server get unique I okay. Do I like uh do I do ID no multiplayer get unique ID? Is that what I do? Okay, let's see if that works. I'll check it out, yeah, for sure. Invalid assignment? Oh shoot. I need to make this string. String. I got. Okay. That's a host. Ooh, that's a problem. What's up here? Unable to auto-spawn node with a reserved name. Make sure to add your replicated scenes via add child to produce valid names. Okay. I'm starting to understand what Book Lover said. I used to call myself the media mechanic, jack of all trades. Honestly, that goes kind of hard. I was about to say that's corny, but hey, that's kind of hard. I don't blame you. I'll let that slide. Um, I think this is the reason why he doesn't use the multiplayer spawner because it's kind of annoying. Because it's supposed to help you, but it's not helping me like at all with this specific case. So I gotta look up other videos potentially because it ain't it, man. It just ain't it. Master of none for sure. I think the true powers is to learn how to use the things together to make something new. That is very true, yeah. It's just hard though, because a lot of the times when you're looking for jobs, they want a person that only does one thing that's like, oh, they're like amazing at it. So it's, I mean, from my experience, I don't know what your experience is, but it's from me, it's that was what I experienced. You're done at RPC stuff? Nope. I'm learning currently, but I'm have no clue what to do with this one. Yeah. I never had jobs, so that's my experience. Fair. Okay, I need to look up how they do user, like how would you even do like a username thing? I gotta look it up because I'm lost. £650 a month? That's crazy. I mean, from the Philippine perspective, obviously. To you guys, that's probably like half rent, but for here, that's a living wage right there. Godot 4 makes multiplayer easy. Let's see if that's true. That is very loud music.
Godot 4 has brought some new things to the table that makes creating multiplayer games even easier. In this video, I'll go over
Yeah.
features and demonstrate how they were used to build
I figured.
in the background. I'm going to be focusing on the high-level multiplayer features in this video. If you'd like to see a tutorial on the low-level stuff, drop a comment below. Let's start with the new additions. First up, we have the multiplayer spawner node. To set up this node, you provide it with a root node path and a list of spawnable scenes. Then, whenever a scene from the list is instantiated under the root node, it will automatically get replicated across all connected peers. If that node is later deleted, that gets synced across the lobby too. It also keeps track of the scenes it spawned.
Wait. Can you tell me that again?
Replicated across all connected peers.
It's opposite of a brag. Hey man, it works here. Your numbers work here, or at least here anyway. I am like not understanding. Am I in sped up? Okay.
If you'd like to see a tutorial on the low level stuff, drop a comment below.
I got a message from Restream. Congratulations! Thank you for 100 messages in this chat. So thank you, Arton. I'll just call it Alexis. Thank you, Alexis. That's crazy.
First up, we have the multiplayer spawner node. To set up this node, you provide it with a root node.
I make money from FBIG ads. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, that's fair.
It will automatically get replicated across all connected peers. If that node is later deleted, that gets synced across the lobby too. It also keeps track of the scenes it spawned, so if a new client connects later, it can instantiate all the scenes for them that it needs to. Here's how I'm using it. In the main scene, I have a plain node called network, which I'm using as my spawn route. I've then populated the auto spawn list with all the scenes I want automatically replicating, including the player. Then, in my lobby code, when a new client connects, I create a new player for them and just add it as a child of the network node. This will then be synced to all players without any extra code from us, and as already demonstrated, all the existing players will be spawned in for the new client too. Scenes to replicate don't have to be instantiated directly under the network node either. It works with nested scenes too. Here I have a basic shield scene. It's set up to deflect bullets and deletes itself after 3 seconds. Then, when the player is killed and respawns, I just instantiate the shield as a child of the player. Because the shield is also within the auto spawn list, and the player is under the network node, the shield is automatically replicated for all peers without any extra multiplayer logic from us.
Oh.
The new multiplayer
that is true, yeah. If you're gonna make ads, you do need to be very multifaceted, at least in the media department. Yeah, I can definitely see that.
Use this, just place it within a scene, set the root, and give it a path to the properties you want to synchronize. If a client is a network authority, it will update the set properties on its peers. You can also set if these properties only need to sync on spawn and continuously. You can even set how frequently you want to sync this information.
Okay.
Synchronizations will happen every network frame. Here is an example of it being used within the tank game. The bullet scene has a multiplayer synchronizer, which synchronizes both the bullet's position and rotation. No codes required, it just works. One thing to note though, I used Godot 4.0 Beta 2 for this example, and I ran into an issue. When the server is a network authority, everything works fine, but in the tank game, I had each player be the network authority of their own player scene.
Set multiplayer authority, string name, replace to int.
When this is the case, the multiplayer synchronizer didn't sync the properties of the player scene at all. An easy workaround I found though was to add a child node to the player scene and attach the synchronizer to that instead. Then I create some properties on that child node in a script and sync them rather than the actual player's properties. For some reason, this fixed the issues and everything worked as expected.
Okay, I don't know if that's gonna be important to me, but
game by just adding a bunch of properties to these synchronizers. It's not the most efficient way of sending data and could cause issues at scale. You can fix this by creating a dedicated property to sync where you can add your own optimizations to reduce the size of the sync state. The example on the screen is from an article on Godot's website that I'll link in the description. The example shows health and mana being encoded as two 8-bit integers, which will be smaller than sending them as the default 64-bit integers, saving on bandwidth. Finally,
I remember watching this tutorial. Did you do multiplayer stuff in Godot?
If you don't know, RSets are a way of setting properties on scenes over the network. RSets have been completely removed from Godot.
Okay, I think I'm completely lost up to this point. I'm like not digesting any of the info. Because I think I only got through half of that, and I'm like, yeah, I kind of get it, but it's like it's not really going into my head. 2 of my games are multiplayer. Oh yeah, that's true. But is it Godot? Is it actually made in Godot? Hang on, let me check. Godot. Doesn't have the thing, because in itch.io it would have like what engine used, but I guess all my games are Godot. That's crazy. Wow, so you do know networking stuff in Godot. Hey, can you help me with this? Nah, I'm not gonna bother you. What's this? Yeah, it has it on itch. I didn't know that it didn't have it on Steam. Okay. Next level Godot project. Okay. Okay. None of this. Ooh, wait. Okay, this might teach me something.
Our research movement should now be synced with our other client. Aha! Let's go! It's done! Hello, over this past week, I have been working hard on developing a multiplayer game for Godot. I initially tried to search good old YouTube for some tutorials on multiplayer.
Yep.
But all of them had one single issue. The server for all of them was written in Godot. Okay, and why is that an issue? Because none of the common public cloud providers, that is the place where you host your server,
Fair, yeah.
won't provide any tooling support for GD script, and I'm pretty sure that they will not for quite a bit of time.
What's the actual problem you're having? Okay. I'll explain it to you. So currently I got host and joining working. Okay, maybe not. It's broken now. Oh wait, because I'm in the wrong scene. Okay. What? Wait. What happened? What's happening? Man. Oh, it's because I didn't. Okay, never mind. So currently, I'm trying to get these to have unique names from each other. So right now it works, right? Right now it works. But I need the names to be different for every client, right? So later I will have a line edit on this. Like this. This will contain the name. once you join, it should have the name on the player and change the label, right? How do I rename it? For every client, pretty much, yeah. So let's simplify it. Let's say if there's only two, right? The server and the client. Or for every player. No, just the player that they're making, right? So the client will make a player with the name. That name gets changed here. And then it spawns. They already have the name Jeff on there. Well, it's just Jeff because that's like the default. I can put like text on it, but I put Jeff just as like an example. But I want the Jeff to be changed to whatever the line edit text is. You add it to the multiplayer sync? Wait, is that it? Can you just do that? Really? Like that? And then what? Then you just go here, player, label, text equals to line edit text? Is that literally it? Did you just save my ass? Save it as a string or whatever if you want, and then use that string in the object? Like, does this just work? I grab the line edit from this, I put it here, and then there. Store the string in multiplayer synchronizer, which is here. Okay, I mean, let's see. Let's see. So, for example, I got Mario. That may work. Let's see. Okay, something went wrong. Label. Okay, I didn't set label here. We'll see. We'll see. The line edit will use more bytes. I don't think bytes is a particular concern with this. I mean, at least from what I know, what is going on? Invalid assignment label and text on base. What? Oh, because is this not instanced? Okay, well, I'm just gonna do export because it's yeah. Let's just do this instead. There we go. Bytes is a concern in multiplayer? Fair. Because I thought like, oh, I mean, for this example, it's like very little, but maybe you do got a point. To be fair, you're the one who has actual full projects. I probably should be listening to you. Host. What is happening? How is it? Text with a value string on base type nil. But it's there. What are you? Oh. What? No, that's correct. What? You don't want an example that doesn't actually work in reality, to be honest? I'm sorry, I got lost. What were you trying to say? I'm trying to diagnose this weird... What is... Huh? Bro, it's there. Label. Is it because it's on already? Is that why? Or something? Okay, fine. var label name. Goodness gracious. Label name. And then what I did before, if label name is not blank. Do you use breakpoints? I probably should, but I don't. No, I don't usually use breakpoints. There we go. Okay. Does this work now? Please. What? Oh, wait, because I'm in the player scene. Never mind. But also... Bro, I'm in the... What? Huh? The breakpoint will tell you what the label, for example, in the debug is at the bottom. If you breakpoint it, press the left line to make that red dot. Yeah, I know how to do the breakpoint. I just don't know how it will help me currently. Okay. Okay, there we go. I don't know what was happening earlier. Okay, egg. That works. Now this is the problem. John. Invalid assignment. Text nil on label name, which is null. Only 2 minutes before joining this. Yeah. That's fine that's fine. I'll figure it out at some point. You know, it's a part of the learning process. Invalid assignment. Why is this null? I mean, I also specifically stated that it's not supposed to be null. What's the label name? It's the variable that it gets stored when it instances into it. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, egg that hosts. Awesome. Then I go here. John. I join. So it works this time. You didn't specifically state that, bro? That it shouldn't be? Wait, what? You literally didn't specify that it shouldn't be null? Wait, what? If label is not null... Yeah, right? Isn't this... Yeah, or empty. If it's not empty, rather. Right? That isn't null? I guess, sure. Is that a big difference for this and this? I guess null means like literally no data. This means just an empty string. That's the correction. Okay, I see. It's still not sending it over though, which is odd. Why is it not sending it over? You never declared string? Like here? Oh, is that why it was giving me an error earlier? Maybe, okay, I'm not gonna lie. You're like saying points that are like, that has happened like, I don't know, 20 seconds before or something. I think it's just the delay. It can be equals null and simultaneously not. Oh, okay, I got it. Okay, that's fair. So yeah, I'm trying to get the player label as this, but for some reason it's not going through for some reason. Also, I have 3 instances? Why do I have 3 instances? Hello? It's supposed to just be 2. Okay. Swap the line edit sync for a string sync. It's a lot cheaper. The line edit sync. In the player node? Like here? I have a label that's like syncing. I don't know if that's correct. On the multiplayer synchronizer. Okay. I have the label text synced. Sync a string. Oh, not the text? Or it's just the text? This one is just the text. Do I need to have like the full like label or something? Gotta think of every bit of information that's sent to packets. Yeah, well, in this one, I think I just want the text, right? So, because that's the least amount of info that I need to send. I don't need to send like the whole node. Like, I'll just send the text or the string in this case. Because like if I do this, I think, yeah, like that's not gonna give me anything if I put string in there. So yeah, that's the text. But it's still not, it's not syncing with what I enter in here. So how do I do that? Can I wait? There is no string? What? I'm sorry, I'm lost. I don't know what that is. Hang on. If I just get node line edit text, does that work? The dot text option is it better? Yeah, like for this, right? Yeah. Okay, all right, you're responding to what I did. Yeah, it's the delay. There's like a 20-30 second delay to what I do. So any sort of advice, I need to like sort of be cautious because I don't know if you've done it. I don't know if you're referring to it 30 seconds ago or right now. So I think I just need to take everything with a pinch of salt. Okay. That's a mess though, man. I think it's just my brain not actually connecting the dots yet, but we'll get there. Okay. See, look, it's not changing the name. I put this whole thing here, get label, text, line edit. Let me put a breakpoint on that, like what you did, and see what happens here. You should just store player data, pass the data in sync, not send the text straight over. Store the player data? Whoa. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, that works, but like that's not what I want to do though. Like, are you saying I need to put a synchronizer on the world, on the actual like playing scene? I need to put one here, not just on the player, because even the label text, it has to send. This is a label, and access the text property on the label, and then set that. Versus name equals Jeff. What looks like less bytes to you? Look, man, I don't know, bro. I'm really fucking dumb, man. I don't know what you're talking about with the byte stuff, with the optimized. I'm just trying to change the text on this label with the text here. How do I do that? Because I am completely lost, and anything so far hasn't worked. Okay, I'm just trying to get this text into this as efficiently as I can, and I don't know how to do that. You can do it that way, but it doesn't work. I did it, and it doesn't work. That's what's happening. Yeah, I know it's not like I know it's not production ready or anything, but I just have to get it working, and it's not even working. Yeah, see, look, it's still Jeff. It's still not the name that I set. So how do I set this, which is the client, the name of the player node? That's the part that I just don't know. Like, I haven't figured that one out. It also, oh wait, okay. Cause like here, I'm getting the host side name, right? I'm getting the name of the host. So that's good. I want to see if I do 3 at once, does it actually maintain it? I'm assuming it does. So for example, egg, right? I host. I go here. I do John. It doesn't have the name, but that's fine. There you go. Egg is still there. I go to another client. Let's do Paul. I join. It's still Jeff, but if I go here, egg is still there, right? You probably just don't have one though. I don't know what you're passing. Well, I want to pass the text here in the line edit. That's what I'm trying to pass. So I want this to go to this. And I haven't figured that one out. I probably should just ask Claude, honestly. I should just ask Claude and see if Claude gives me an answer. To be fair, Claude didn't help me earlier. So maybe this time it will. Attempt to world, because I already had like a previous attempt and I used Claude to like try and fix it, but it didn't really do anything. Making an example, but you're trying to do it in a non-project way, you're getting problems that don't exist, sort of thing. Your players have no data, so you're passing non-stored data and it's confusing the shit out of you. A character that has a variable player name. Okay, let's name it different instead of label name. I mean, label name is pretty much, yeah, sure, but we'll call it player name, sure. Player name. Make the character n.gd set the label according to the string variable player name. That's correct. All you are passing around is the player name through the synchronizer. Use the player name the same way as you would. Oh, wait, so I need to pass it through here as well? So here, and then player name? Wait. What? Wait. Use the player name the same. If it was a real game, you would send through player name level stats, not label.text, level.text. Doing all the label.text passing is just confusing. Okay, so remove this, remove the label text passing. Okay. Nobody knows what a label text is. Everyone on the planet knows what a player name is. Okay, fair. How do I now send this? How do I pass through this to player name? How do I do that? Because that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to pass this to player name. How do I pass this to player name? Because currently what I'm doing is this, which doesn't work. Magic, dude. Hi, dogs. You can pass variables the same way you passed position on submit or whatever. On submit. Okay. So you could just put this here. And then like player name? No, I mean it's not showing up. Player name equals line edit dot text. Oh, like okay, hang on. Let me see. Player name. Sure. Save the script. Okay. Player name, line edit text. That's there. Okay, I'm not touching anything until I get further instructions. So, player name, line edit text, instead of what I was doing earlier. Okay. Now what do I do? Sync needs saved script to see it in the editor. Okay, sync needs saved script, so it needs to be saved. Okay. I go to synchronizer. I now look for it here. Collision, node, canvas, node. It's not showing up. Like, property path must not be empty. Like, because currently this is the folder that contains the main GD and the player. Pretty sure it should show up there. That's where I got mine from the card game? Okay. So you're supposed to see player name, this thing, in here. Okay, maybe I'm opening it wrong, right? Maybe it needs to be like here, you're in the scene, then you add it, and then you go here, you press OK. And it's not here. There's no variable, no nothing. Yeah, it's just these. It's not showing me the player.gd. If I search it up, nope. Exporting the var? Okay. Let's try that. Export. Okay, so now it's exported. Now let's see. Oh my goodness, it worked. Okay, wait. Let's not celebrate yet. Okay. I have that now synced. Okay. I do that. I host. John. Oh, okay. Hang on. Okay. I thought we were onto something. Okay. Passing a string is a lot less bytes. Okay, that's fair. So I'll do export for that, but it's still not sending through for some reason. And I already did player name equals line edit text because it doesn't tell it that it needs to do all that to the label too. Wait, really? Player name. Wait, it does, right? It doesn't tell it that it needs to do it to do all that to the label too. It's just sending a string. The PC has the rest of the data of what to do with the string locally. Okay. So what you're telling me is that this is sending line edit through, but it's not receiving it? Like the player node itself is not, it's not changing this? Did you set player name to update on submit? Set the player name to update on submit. update on submit. I don't know what update on submit means, so I'm confused with what that means. Submit line edit. Like here? Like text submit? This one? Why would I need the player name to update on submit? I only want it to update when I press the join button, right? I press the join button, and then it's going to grab the line edit text, and then it should change the player name. What would be the difference when I add the submit though? Because the difference is I'll just press enter. Yeah, then use the join button, which is what I'm doing. I have it connected to the join button with add player, but it's not sending. But line edit text is not getting sent to player name. Have you looked at your player name? And you're sure it's not changing? Fair. I should probably have like a print of some kind. Yeah. True. Let's print the player name when it's made. Sure. Let's do that. Okay. Whoop. What's? Oh right, I'm on this scene. Okay. Let's try that. Because maybe it is changing and I'm just not seeing it. Egg is there. Okay, egg is there. Nope, it's not sending. It's still egg. The name is still egg. So, So it's still egg for some reason. You don't need to print it, you can see it in the list. Which list? What list you're talking about? Because it's not changing here. The reason it's not changing is because I think it's in host side. It's grabbing line edit text host side. It's supposed to get it client side, right? You can see the always list on the left. Swap to remote instead of local. Oh, like here. Right. True. Hang on. Let me redo that. Also, I think I have 3 again. Yeah, let me do 2 for simplicity. Okay. Yeah, I'll go to remote. I'll go to egg. Host. That's 1. That's egg. Okay. It can't get line edit from host. It would have to be second. No, like the reason why it's not changing from my perspective is that I'm assuming that the line edit that it's grabbing from the client side is that it's doing add player on the host side. So that's why the line edit is not, that's why player name is not changing. It's still egg from the print. At least that's my theory of what's happening, but I have no clue. You aren't using a real set. I know that. I'm just trying to get the fundamental working. It's really hard to make the building blocks of an actual multiplayer game if I don't even know how it works. I don't know how it actually works. So that's the problem. Yeah, focus on getting the variables apart, which is what I'm trying to do, but it's not. Yeah. I'm trying to get that through. Okay, so this is the second one, and it's still egg. Yeah. Wait, what? Okay. Focus on getting the variables across. You're skipping the variable, focusing on the actual text. You're skipping the variable, focusing on the actual text. Player name, line edit, text. Huh? Okay, I'm gonna ask Claude. Maybe Claude will give me something here. Let me see if Claude will give me something. Okay. Yeah, trying to get the player name variable through. Yeah, it's just not. It's not passing through how I would do this. I don't know if I'm have to do it in a different function. It has to be like an RPC thing, because I cannot see how this is going to work besides host side. So this has to be like an RPC call of some kind, because it's not. This doesn't make sense. Yeah, I checked. Yeah, I mean we're here. This is the two clients. This is the host side. That's egg, which is 1, which is the ID. This is the client side, and it's giving me egg again. You just looked at label text again. Okay, if I go to world, and then I check line edit, it's also egg. If I like, what do I check on the? What do I check on the thing? What do I check to actually check player name? Like, do I player? No, there's no player here. Yeah, the player doesn't show up to so that I can see it here. The player name variable, yeah, but it's not showing up here. Do I like set it as a variable here in the main script? The one you're passing through the synchronizer? Well, it's not. It ain't showing up. Like, do I go to multiplayer? No, multiplayer synchronizer and doesn't show. Okay, that's that. This one's empty. This one's egg. This one's empty for some reason. Wait. Why is this empty? Finally found it? Okay. How does that help me? Like, so it's empty. You've been looking at label text the entire time. Okay. Fair. Well, that's what I want to change, right? That's what I wanted to change here. I'm trying to tell you that's unrelated. Okay. So I found what is technically broken, which is the player name. Why is it not the line edit text then? You want to send the player name. Once you succeed at sending, it will show up. Using the data is easy. Well, at least right now, how I'm sending it is wrong. So how would I send this line edit to player name? The only difficulty is sending the data over so all the clients can set labels themselves. So you're trying to send the player name. Yes, I'm trying to send the player name. Which now we know is empty. Is the player name being set on the client? Yes, it's being set on the client. Actually, by the way, kind of related. I appreciate that you're actually going through and helping me with this because again, this is like out of my league, no idea what I'm doing. So I really appreciate you taking the time. I think you can swap between those windows somehow. You see how there's a remote list on the left? Yeah. Yeah, I'm in the remote. There's a way to swap between the two different windows you have. Oh, right. Maybe like yeah, here. Yeah. So like session 1, session 2 here. I believe that's how you do it. I go here. I check here. Host is also empty. You can see the remote list for each client. Okay. And this is also empty. Check that the player name is set to both. Let me check the line edit on... The line edit on here is set to John. So that is what I want. But why did it not go through? It's still here. Huh. If it's empty in both, it sounds like a set problem. So this is not setting, an authority problem. So like, I go to my player. Well, set multiplayer it is set there. I can't remember how authority works on the synchronizer. Like, are there like very specific functions you need to do when you need to like pass certain variables through? Like you can't just send player name through when it's like in a different client or something. I doubt authority is the problem. Okay. Because it would already be a problem with the moving too. That's true. Yeah. Because if there was a problem with the authority, which is what happened here, then yeah, you wouldn't be able to move your player. Which in this case, I can move my player. It's just that it's not sending this variable through for some reason. It's not being able to set the player name or something. Log in with the two clients and call them two distinct names, host and player, when you log in. Okay. I'll do that. All right. Oh, wait. Sorry. All right. The clearer your name stuff, the more you help yourself. Okay. So this is host, right? Host. Right there. This is client. Join. It's not client. Okay. I go to my remote. This is the first session. The line edit here is client. So it had the text. So it should have sent it here. It's a local problem. I'm thinking that it is, where it's like the other. Yeah, see? Because in the host client, it's still reading it as host. You probably only did the host button. And then in the client, it is host, but this is still not client for some reason. Because what I thought would happen was that, okay, this is going to be client, but this is also going to be client. But no, it's actually running through its host, but this one is not getting updated. Check the player name. Host. Nothing. Session 2. Host. Wait. Also nothing. But they're both hosts. Wait. You dragged me into it? Wait. It says both hosts here. Why does it not say it on remote? Stop getting caught out. Listen to me. Okay. Forget everything for a sec. Okay. Start from 0. Okay, start from scratch. Okay. How long have I been streaming? Holy, I've been streaming for 5 hours. Alright. All we want is to solve the player name thing, not the visual names. Okay, fair. Okay. I will say I don't actually know where player name is, like the variable, on your join button. Okay. Which is this. Check that it is setting the name as it is on the host button. Well, yeah, right? Multiplayer, here, connect, up, add the player. Then, for join, it creates a client, creates a peer, then it gets connected, peer connected goes to here, and it adds a player. And then add the player, it'll instance the player scene. And then ideally, this is where I change the player name to line edit. That's the problem? Okay, I went through that fairly quickly, so I don't know which specifically. Because that's how I was taught it on the previous example. Like, this is the setup. Because add player function is setting the name to line edit. Okay. Where would this have to be then? Where would setting the player name have to be? In join, on peer connected, where would it be? Player name wants to be set from player name for a start. Like at the join here, but it's not instanced yet. The player scene is not instanced. So do you want me to make a new variable where it's like variable new player name, something like that, and then I put new player name into here? Is that the call? I'm like waiting to see if he's gonna send a message. Pass it through with the function, I think. Okay, let's try that. Okay. So I'll do variable, new player name. That way we can also see it on remote. Sure, we'll be able to see it. Variable new player name. Because you don't want to set it up on add player because they're all adding player. Okay, fair. New player name is equals to line edit text. And then now it's like this. You only want the client to set its own name. Fair. Okay. Did I do it correctly? Is this correct? New player name, line edit text, it gets sent. Once it adds the player, it references the new player name from when it joined. Otherwise, the host is setting the name as well, and then it will override the client. Okay. You want the client to set its name, and then everyone else will take it. Nah? Okay. Well, what's wrong? What's the wrong part? You know what I'd do now as a band-aid? Sure. We'll think about long-term building later. For now, what would be the band-aid? Sorry if I muted for a sec. My brother was talking to me. Okay. I would save the name somewhere where you set in menu. Inside the player script would be something like if equals to if your player set name is equals to stored name. I'm sorry, can you explain that? Wait, what? I would save the name somewhere where you set in the menu. In menu. Oh, like, okay, it saves it somewhere in the scene. Stored name would be a global, would be in a global for now temporarily. Oh. Okay. So it's like you add it to a global script. When the player gets added in, the player references the global, and then it changes its name to that. It saves it. Okay. Let's do that. It might not be an ideal solution, but we'll take it for now. Because honestly, I kind of want to see if it even works. If it works, we'll call it a day. If it doesn't work, then that's fine. We can always check it tomorrow. I'll read up more and see if I can improve my knowledge on this. But yeah. Yeah, let's do that. Only changes the name for its own character. Right. So this is not affecting the host, but I just want to see if it actually changes the name. Let me add this to my globals. Global, add. There we go. I'm 95% sure the problem is that the host is resetting the name because when add player happens, everyone changes the name. Right. Like it changes to this. It changes to the line edit text. Okay. Okay. So now I go to my player script. Instead of this, I now do stored name. Oh, wait. Like that. Label text, global stored name. This will be that. This won't be used. Oh, okay. Okay. Let's see if this works. Let's see if this works. What happened? Wait. Global stored name. Oh, because it's in host. Never mind. Add player here. Yeah. It's not on host. It's on only on join. Wait. Player name, not the text result. What? What do you mean? Okay, you want me to change player name instead of the label text? You want this? Always check the var. Okay. Not the label text above their head. Okay. I'll do player name then. Oh, hang on. I should probably just run it through here because it is attempt to. Okay. Egg. Host. John. Join. I go to remote. I check here. It's still not changing. We are trying to send through the player name. Label text isn't even synchronized. I don't know, bro. I'm cooked, bro. I don't know what's happening. I'm at this point, I was like, I'm pretty much not. It's not penetrating through my head, man. Is it changing its own characters? I don't know, man. I don't know at this point, bro. I think my brain's cooked. I don't think it's going through. Alright. I think we need to call it a day. I think you're making sense. My brain is just not, it's just not digesting it. It's not able to do it. I think it's Jover. I actually think it's Jover. I think I need to wait it out, call it a day today, and then look back at this tomorrow. Unfortunately, you probably are not going to be in the next session, but I don't know, maybe, who knows, but I appreciate you actually trying to diagnose this with me, because yeah, I am not, I am just not able to see the problem. The problem is I'm not able to see the problem and how do you even approach the problem, because the problem sounds simple, but the solution is not showing up in my head. The solution to showing up in my head doesn't work. So, yeah. You're trying to change a material in Blender? I don't think that's the case, though. Looking the entire Optimus Prime model. Yeah, maybe I'm just cooked for today. Maybe I'm just not able to see it. Yeah. I'm not seeing it. I'm not able to see it. I think I'll call it today. I'll see what I can do. I'll watch a few more videos when about like how all this stuff works. I'll try to look up as much tutorials as I can. Maybe even read up some articles. Because it is really hard. Actually, you know what? Before I leave, let me look up the Spotify or whatever you had for the music. Before we leave. Because I do want to see. Dang, bro, you have 800k 800k listens. My key advice: focus on passing variables. Worry less about the visuals for now. Less about label end results. More about the variables that you will use to make the visuals. Okay, I will take note of that. I will make sure to remember that. Remember, send variables. Don't worry about visuals. Just use variables. Got it. I will make sure to remember that. With that said, let's end this off by listening to this one. Is this one? I don't have Spotify, but is it this page? If I send an attack on a game, all I might send is target, damage roll, accuracy roll, which is in an array. All that happens, like the animations and stuff on the client. Right. You would only have those processed by the client. You don't want processed data already going through packets. That's fair. Okay. I'll remember that. Send variables, not nothing else. Just focus on getting variables in. Once you can send variables through, then do visual changes. I'll remember that. Okay. Let's listen to this one, and then we'll end it off to end off this multiplayer arc day 1. All right, let's end this off. Gosh darn it! Are you kidding me? I need to log in. Okay, fine. I'm making a Spotify account just for this. You do not have a Spotify connect? Sure, sign it up, man. Use all my data. I don't care. It's fine. Sure. This. Next. Sure, I agree to everything. My brain's cooked. I'm not gonna look at the I'm not gonna look at the privacy policy of whatever the heck that is. Okay. Let's end it off. Oh, you're on YouTube too? Gosh darn it. I don't know why I why did I have to go through that? Whatever. Alright. Let's end this off with Ayrton. Let's see what this is.
One more time I tell you, you don't need nobody but
Ooh.
yourself.
Okay.
I'ma let you get familiar, then I know you want me round with you as well.
You can't see it right now. I'm like bopping my head.
Downtown, late night cruising. I'm on my way there, stay there, wait there, don't you even stop moving. Gotta make you want me. If I can't get that from you, put that on me. Only one I want to talk to when I'm lonely. Oh, I know that you thought
I probably should have my webcam on, honestly.
Gotta get to know me, gotta get to know. put on a chase, chase, chase. Scurrying all over the place, skirt, skirt. I don't wanna be late, no, no. I do not need to conceal it.
Your voice is great, dude. Your voice is amazing.
If I say it, best believe it. Don't lie, don't need it. If I feel it, I speak it. I'm sorry for preaching, but I gotta make you want me. Oh, oh. If I can't get that from you, put that on me. Put that on. Only one I want to talk to when I'm lonely. Oh, I know that you thought I want to talk to my homies, but gotta get to know me. Gotta make you want me. If I can't get
It's a catchy hook.
put that on me. Put that on me. Yeah. Only one I want to talk to when I'm lonely, lonely. Oh, I know that you thought I want to talk to my homies, but gotta get to know me. Gotta get to know. If I'm a two to two, no, I'ma walk the walk. I ain't getting off course. Know you thirsty, baby, don't you, boy? I be coming with all the sauce. When I pull up on you in the Rari, I let you know it's yours. If you don't think we click no more, you just let me know for sure that you're sure you want me out your life. Otherwise, it's one step back. Gotta make you want me. If I can't get that from you, put that on me. Put that on. Only one I want to talk to when I'm lonely. I know that you thought I want to talk to my
Love the layering in the background.
Gotta make you want me. If I can't get that from you, put that on me. Put that on me. Only one I want to talk to when I'm lonely. I get lonely. I know that you thought
Man, you just have a really nice voice. That is the key takeaway here. So hey, I take that back. That I can definitely see you doing 40 something songs with a voice like that. Dude, yeah. My girlfriend found me through this song. That's amazing. Your voice is so chill. It's so like smooth. That's nice. That's very good. Hey, this is my first follow on any Spotify account. There you go. I left the country, had a child here in Germany from here. That's wild, dude. Well, hey, I stand corrected. You do indeed just are built different. Yeah, you're just built different. You actually are as multifaceted as I didn't think you are. Because I thought like, no shot. A game developer, a media generalist, and a musician? Nah, I was calling cap all the way. No, that's actually real. That is just actually real. That's crazy, dude. Huge props, man. Huge props. All right, I'll call it a day. Thank you so much for the help. I appreciate it. And good luck to me tomorrow. Bye.